They don't know that there's still somebody in that smoke. They can get that molly, push from across the field. Now, BTOWN.
The Bucky versus BTOWN here. The Bucky crawling up. Tensa has the intel. Tensa is crawling. Tensa's like, he's right here. He's right here. The grenade from the Bucky!
Hello, PUBG Mobile Nation. We are here for the final day of our final Super Weekend. All the teams have been battling out through the entirety of this month, and it comes down to this. We're going to find out who's going to finals, and I'm excited for it. I'll be your host, F-Dot, and we'll have a slew of exciting personalities to walk you through today's contests, introducing the Seven Worlds Gaming, and of course, Glitter Explosion. Glitter, Seven, glad to see you guys. Seven, how you been?
I'm doing great, man. Final day. I'm looking to see which teams are going to step up, which teams are going to be going home, sadly. How about you, Glitter? How are you doing today?
I mean, I'm excited to be here right now. I'm excited for today. I feel like we've had a really, really interesting season with some impressive gameplay across the board. So given where our rankings are right now, I think we're actually going to have a lot to pay attention to in our last day.
Yeah, a lot of numbers to be looking at, a lot of people that are just in or out. Don't worry, we'll hold your hand throughout the entire thing and show you what's going on. Let's start at the beginning and talk about what we're doing here in case this is the first show you're watching. So the format of the PMPL is such that you have to qualify for the qualifier, for the qualifier, for the qualifier, for the qualifier. Basically, you play during the week. And out of our 20 teams in the league, the top 16 make it here to the Super Weekends. And then we just have 16 teams, so everybody plays every map. And we did this week, last weekend, and the weekend before that. We're going to tally all those points together from the Super Weekends, and then we'll go to finals. Just the top 16 from our Super Weekends, and that's what we're going to be focusing on mainly. Now, of course, there is the PMGC in the future. You got to keep that in mind, but this is what we're talking about for our segment right now. Of course, what are they playing for? They got points, but they also got money. Glitter, show me the money.
It's a lot of money, okay? I've done $150,000 in total on the line, and the one big thing that we've been paying attention to so far is obviously that $45,000 number down there. It is $1,000 per chicken dinner on these Super Weekends, which means that $40,000 of that amount of money has been claimed by our teams with those wins. There's $5,000 left for today. I'm excited to see who goes home with that last remaining a bit of cash. And then, of course, like you were saying, F-Dot, moving into the finals, once they make it there, if they take home first place, $10,000 on the line, Seven.
Yep, and to get the money, first they need to be able to get the points. If you get first place, you're going to get 50 points. Second place, 12 points. Seventh place, 2 points. 1 point, 8 to 12. 13 and 16 get absolutely 0. And the most important one of them all is 1 kill equals 1 point. And I definitely think for some of these teams, it might come down to just 1 point. So keep an eye out on that.
You know, you bring that up all the time, Seven, the fact that 1 point, 1 kill, that's a big deal. It changes the way the game is played. We can see aggressive squads make some big marks in the early stages, so it's always a lot of fun to kind of look at where these teams are going. Let's show you all the teams that are playing this weekend. And, you know, talking about what we just mentioned, we've seen that from some of these teams. 19 has finally picked things up and are getting their placement points. But previously, they were only getting kills without really finding some of the up-and-coming placement points. But really, I think a lot of eyes are going to be on... Oh, man, where are we? Yeah, a lot of eyes are going to be on that 16th spot. And so people will be looking at some of the teams on the bottom side. Dope Esports, etc. 16 teams, everybody playing every single map. Who are you rooting for? Let us know online. Hashtag PMPL on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, everywhere you want to find us, we'll be there pushing out the PUBG Mobile stuff. Great content across a number of different platforms, and that's what you want to do. So let's get down to business, folks. Let's talk brass tacks. We're here in our super weekend looking towards the finals. You got to get a whole bunch of points here, put them together with the past couple of weekends. Let's pull up the point totals so far and discuss where these teams have been sitting. Nova and Ghost have been dominating the number 1 and 2 spots here, Glitter. They look pretty cute.
Yeah, no, they look fantastic, honestly. Excited to see how this rivalry pans out a little bit more today in our final games. But then 19 Esports there in 3rd place, definitely having a little bit of a bounce back performance here this super weekend for themselves, which is nice to see. XSET closing out the day with a little bit stronger finish, but we're still looking for more out of XSET, at least this super weekend. But they're in a solid spot moving into finals, and honestly, at this point, they can pretty much do whatever they want. And then the rest of the top 8 being Panthers, Knights, Ogilvy, and BTOWN. Multiple teams on that list being teams that have managed to step up when they needed to, BTOWN being one of them, you know? So it's nice to see them getting some more chicken dinners, more money in their pockets, Seven. But this is where things start to get interesting, is on our 2nd page.
This definitely is. I mean, we have Syndicate there in 9th place. Lazarus, we see some great performances out of Joy from Lazarus, especially Mezexis. And then let me just scroll all the way down because UYU is actually not playing this super weekend. In case you missed it, this is your first day tuning in. Don't worry, we'll be able to recap all of that stuff. And this are the teams that are currently fighting. Remember, the top 16 are the only teams that are going to be moving on to the finals. And you can see between Boring Protocol and Esports LLC, there's only 4 points away, and the hit list, it's over for them.
It is. They are gone, and that is a big deal here. That shows us how strong these teams on the bottom side have been performing. If you've been watching the program throughout the past couple of weeks, days, we've been looking at hit list as like the marker. They were the number 16 team, and they weren't here in the super weekend, and so you had to beat their points. They were a line in the sand. If you were able to accomplish it, you were able to push them out, and they have been pushed out. So the hit list, you played well, we knew ye well, and we will see you next time around. No longer a part of the competition. It's now UYU. That's the team to beat. They're a little bit further than number 16, but they're not competing here this weekend, Seven, and that's the big deal. So 163 is the number to beat.
It definitely is. And I mean, we have WallStreetBets. They're going to be qualifying on unless something crazy happens here. We have the Illuminati as well, which they've been performing well. And then it comes down to Boring Protocol and Dope Esports. And this is the ones I kind of wanted to get a chance to talk about a little bit more. You can see Boring Protocol needs 39 points to be able to catch up to UYU. In total, they need 40 to be able to pass them. And then when we go to Dope Esports, they need 44 points to be able to pass UYU. While they do all that, they're still going to be fighting with each other. We've seen Dope Esports actually have a great performance this super weekend so far. They've been able to gather 58 points. The only downside is per day, they're averaging just 29 points when today they need to be able to get 43. So it's going to be a tough task, but I definitely think this team is going to be able to do it. And therefore, Boring Protocol to be able to pretty much just, in a way, pass UYU, they definitely need to average more of what they were averaging, because right now they're currently averaging just 20 points per game. So if for some reason these teams do decide to perform that way, it's going to be a battle between the two. But I think they have to set their marks to UYU, because that is the team that's not playing. That is the team that just is not going to be able to gather any points at all today. So their destiny is going to be in their hands for Dope Esports. And Carlo told me that they're definitely going to be trying to pass UYU in points.
I mean, you gotta. That's the team. That's the squad. That's like I said, they're not number 16, but they are the team that aren't here. So they're the team that can't get any more points. You want to talk about points, though? Glitter has a lot of points in my heart. She's got a lot of points on her side of the table. All of our analysts here have something specific that they've been covering throughout our super weekends, and Glitter has a great moment that she wants to cover. So, Glitter, take it away.
Okay, listen, I swear I don't do this on purpose, but we've got another play involving Nova for our explosive moment this time around. They've just been that good, but this is a very important one, because this is the fight, if you guys recall, from yesterday between Ghost and Nova on our second Erangel map of the day. Not only is this important because of that rivalry, but 19 Esports had something to say about it. So let's dive back into the clip so I can show you guys exactly what I'm talking about, because these types of engagements are going to be the things that end up changing some potential standings. Now, before we even jump into this, I'm going to point this out, okay? We can see Sam and Leon just off in the distance over to the side of Ghost and Nova. Now, this is going to be important later on. Also, leading up into this clip, you don't see it here, but Nova and Ghost have already been battling for a couple minutes. Damage has been traded. Knocks have been traded. They have already expended a lot of utility. Tons of frags have come out of both teams. They've both had to heal up quite a few times. And one of the problems with that, as I mentioned previously with 19 Esports being off to the side, is that because this fight's been going on for so long, a lot of teams are very aware of where Nova and Ghost are currently. So there's going to be a point where these teams have to decide to try and finish this off, even if it's just to save themselves from the potential third party. Now, unfortunately, in the long run, it wasn't done quickly enough. We'll see this Molly come out of Memory, okay? Memory will end up getting the knock on Tensa here. Now, this is the moment where technically, even though you can see back here, both Rin and Memory are pretty low, G-Fan has actually managed to move himself all the way up here off to the side to see if he can get a little bit of an off angle on Ghost. The second Tensa gets knocked, Nova does technically have the numbers advantage, right? So G-Fan's going to take that as an opportunity to try to instantly stand up and start pushing. However, HH is not about to let that happen. He's going to pop up and stop G-Fan in his tracks, instantly make sure that he gets that knock. But the problem is that when he does have to pop up himself to fight G-Fan, Memory has the angle on HH. So now we're trading knocks back and forth. And I don't know if you guys caught it on that kill feed, but Mezexis was also kind of dealing some extra damage to G-Fan's back, which did not help Nova, right? They're already in a little bit of a tough spot. But now they've reset yet again, just a little bit. Now this moment right here, when you see Memory rotate up to where G-Fan was, this, I think for me, is the make or break moment. I'll show you guys why in a second, but Memory also tries to get a little bit of height to see if he can see down onto the Ghost players. That's where his focus is, right? You can hear off in the distance, there's a buggy pulling up though. As Nova and Ghost try to go for this final engagement, chaos ensues. It is very hard to follow what happens. In the end, 19E does come out on top, but I'm going to show you guys from their perspective how exactly that happens, okay? Like I said, you can see up here in the distance, Memory has the top angle. I honestly think Nova would have won here, but the second 19E crashes in, they're able to instantly wipe out Memory up here. He is no longer a factor. Because Ghost was on the back end of this ditch, that ends up being who 19E drops down on first. 19E is able to take out Ghost, and while all that's happening, you can actually see Rin and Sam. Rin does take out Sam, and at that point, it does become a 1v1, but Rin's health is so low that Leon is able to just clean this up and get the win for 19 Esports in that fight. So this is actually an explosive moment for 19 Esports in the long run. However, the one thing that I do want to point out is the fact that this fight between Nova and Ghost was not the only time we saw Nova and Ghost run into each other head on. They ran into each other multiple times yesterday, and because of how close they are in the standings for PMGC points, every single fight that Nova and Ghost take today or in finals could be an incredibly important engagement, FDOT.
Thank you so much, Glitter. That's one of my favorite breakdowns. I think you do a great job of really illustrating. All right, so we're going to look at two teams, but there's so much going on at all times. It is so cool. That's why we love the BR, and that's why we love our PUBG Mobile, because you can't just focus on one team or two teams or three teams or four teams. You got to look at the whole lobby in order to keep your eyes forward and find yourself with the dub. So congrats to 19. They stood up yesterday. Hopefully they can stand up today as well. But for right now, I want to stand up and shout out some of our friends over at OnePlus. The OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro come with flagship technology. Technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch and 120 hertz great display. All the stuff that you need to find yourself on the top of the competition. So the OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are your best bets to climb the leaderboard. We're going to look at who's climbing the leaderboard today, as we have 5 entire maps coming at you. And of course, like we said, we're looking at all the points getting into finals, but we also have to look on the beyond the horizon, so to speak, towards our PMGC, our global competition. That's where we'll see all the different regions going head to head and trying to find out who's the best of the best. A lot of fun looking at how everybody kind of gets there in that spot. Ghost Gaming so far have been running the show. Nova trailing by 200 here, 7.
They definitely have, and whoever ends up in first place here, I believe it's after finals, is going to get an automatic invitation to PMGC. So this is huge. And I mean, when it comes to Ghosts, they've been able to just maintain that lead, and I think it has to do to what happened yesterday, especially in the last match. Ghost was able to just capitalize on Nova being able to just get 1 point. Ghost ended up getting a total of 29 points. I would like to see a head-to-head of how they're doing this weekend, because this is going to paint just a much better picture to our viewers of what's going on between these two teams. You can see Ghost Gaming has actually the most average damage done. And then when we go to average kills, Nova's actually taking the lead with that. And then when we go to average placement points, Nova has been able to edge that out. As I said, the lead will be a lot shorter if it wasn't for that last game yesterday. Now, something that I also want the viewers to keep in mind is that this is Ghost Gaming without Tensa technically having one of his pop-off weekends that he usually does. He's currently sitting last when it comes to kills for his team, which is a huge surprise. He currently has 8 kills. The person with the most kills in Ghost Gaming is Spec with 18. And now we go to Nova. Nova has been able to put up great performances. We have seen the rise of Ren in a way with Nova, because we just honestly haven't seen him play like this before. And that brings the question of today. Today is pretty much the last day that Nova, in a way, is going to get a chance to hot drop this team. And yes, I am going to put that energy out there because I would love to see it. They're not going to be able to do it in the finals because they're going to have to be very careful that they're able to qualify to the Americas, which is the next tournament after the finals next weekend. So for Nova, in a way, this is a call-off for you. If you guys ever wanted to throw in that spice, if you guys ever wanted to throw in that confetti, this is the time. Please, hot drop Ghost Gaming and give us some amazing highlights that we can reshare on Twitter, #PMPL.
You know what, 7, I'm 1,000% here for it. I always like to see the teams bang heads. We even have a Sanhok moment that we might get a chance to see some extra action. So I'm there too. I'm going to double up on what 7 said. And I too want to put that energy out there. Hot drop each other. Not just those two. I broke my pen. I'm so excited. Just do it. Drop it and drop the opponents. Now, of course, you got to play smart and safe because those who win take home money. And we've gone through 2 super weekends so far. We're about to end our 3rd, and people have been pocketing those bills. So you get $1,000 for each chicken dinner here. Nova so far, 6 thou-wow. And they, what do you have? 15 chances per weekend. So Nova has strung together 6 wins. I'm also looking at Ghost and XSET here with 5,000 each. But some of the exciting teams here, Glitter, I'm looking at BTOWN with 3 chicken dinners. That's pretty cool. They're not usually the team that we think of when we think of the top of the crop.
No, that's why I mean, BTOWN picked it up yesterday, right? They got an extra 1K on one of their chicken dinners yesterday, as did Ogilvy, one of the other squads that we see up here on this money meter, able to add to their total. I'm interested to see, out of these people, if we're talking about these teams on the money meter specifically, XSET has sat at that $5,000 mark since last super weekend. I want to see if they can add to it a little bit here today on the last day of our final super weekend.
Been quiet. They've been real quiet. And you know, we saw something similar from 19. They were able to grab at least one. Yeah, they grabbed one yesterday throughout this weekend. So you know me, I've been asking for more out of both XSET and 19. They're teams that we know are confident in themselves, have performed this season, but have seemed to quiet down here, 7. I'm going to ask you, I don't think there's a right answer here. Why do you think teams like 19 or XSET, our top teams, have been a little sleepier lately?
I mean, if you were here yesterday, I kind of alluded to it with 19 Esports. I think they're still readjusting with just losing a great player in Syndicate. And then with XSET, it's just that they're currently just depending on one player when it comes to Polo being able to pop off. I mean, and that is just the stats literally showing us that. When Polo was able to pop off was during Super Weekend 1, which was the major Super Weekend that XSET was able to show up here. We need kill switch. We need the other players also to step up here for XSET, for the whole team to definitely get to its full potential.
We'll see if they can do it today as we have a docket of 5 maps coming at you. We play 3 maps here in the PMPL, and we're going to see all 3 maps on display. Erangel 3 times, Miramar once, and the Sanhok sandbox, just like that. I know it's not the desert, but it's like small and like a scrum, so I get excited and I like to say it. All 16 teams are going to be playing, and we have 2 commentators along for the ride. Thank you, Glitter. Thank you, Seven. I'll thank myself since I'm leaving as well. But our commentators along for the ride, it's Mustache Dave and Invirum. Paul Todd Kill himself. Let's go, boys.
Thank you so much, F. Dot. We're back. The final day of the final Super Weekend. Dave, it all comes down to this. For those teams at the top, yeah, BMGC points up for grabs, but there is a real battle happening at the bottom of our leaderboard. And for one of these teams, it feels like they're not going to make it.
Possibly. Definitely. UIU not playing here this weekend. They did not qualify, so we kind of set the bar. It is a little high in Vera, but this is the last day of season number 2 before we head on to those finals. And we know the last day is always spicy. You always got teams doing unorthodox things here. Different drops, different rotations, just looking to put on a show and possibly take out some other squads down at the bottom. So I predict today's games will be exciting to say the least.
If I'll be honestly, let's put it this way. I'll be surprised if that's not the case, because there's an expectation on this last day for some of those teams up there near the top. Obviously, yes, they still want to put that money in their pockets. They still want those $1,000 for the chicken dinner. But there's been discussion about like maybe teams potentially sharing drop spots, maybe hot drops then coming in so that teams don't have to deal with that in the finals. A lot going on here at the end. But as I said, for one of those teams down there near the bottom, it's not going to happen. Who will be able to make it to the finals? We have 5 games today to figure it out, and we're starting things off on Erangel. Back to the tried and true. Dave, at this point, if I don't see this playing path, I feel like I'm in a dream, because this is just deja vu all day.
All day, baby. Game number 1, Super Week number 3, day number 333. We're looking at that right here in the overall rankings. BOP, B-O-P, 16th, 124 right here. So we're looking at BOP. They're looking to qualify. They're looking at Dope Esports not to overtake them, who are currently about 4 points behind them. There's a lot on the line, especially if you are Boring Protocol. And the reason I'm calling them out here is because they got some enemies out here. They got some squads at the top who they are safe. They're qualified. They're confident. And they're looking to get revenge here today for some bridge camps we saw last week. If you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. But I'm hoping that BOP, they change it up a little bit here today. They don't be so predictable, because I would hate just to see that squad get taken out first off a hot drop.
Yeah, and for Boring Protocol as well, this is the last day, or potentially the last day, for them to get a chicken dinner. They're one of only 4 teams still competing at this stage of the competition who haven't had a chicken dinner. We saw the money meter at the start of the day. Some of those teams at the tops have been able to rack up 3, 4, 5, 6 chicken dinners. Dave, they're only 2 chicken dinners away from $2,000 a piece on the back of all this. That would be seriously impressive. But I think we're going to keep coming back to the story. It's Dope Esports, it's Boring Protocol, the Illuminati, WallStreetBets, UIU, those teams at the bottom. I think for WallStreetBets, the Illuminati, they put themselves in a pretty good spot. But Dope or Boring Protocol, that's our bubble. That's our cutoff line. One of those teams very likely is not going to make it. That's one of the battles we're going to keep coming back to. We're going to keep focusing on, because for one of those squads, the dream ends today.
And it's Mezexis. That's the team I was talking about. I spilled the beans here in Vera. Mezexis are they're the squad that they were bridge camped last week from Boring Protocol, and today talking to Solitude from Mezexis, they told me straight up, it's personal. We're looking for revenge. It is personal. So when I heard that, I'm like, ooh, okay. So we'll see. We'll see what Mezexis do, as they are going to be already in a solid spot within circle number 1, just east of Shelter. And of course, BOP, Boring Protocol, a little west of Quarry. Looks like they were able to pick up 3 vehicles, but they're going to have a very challenging rotate here. And
their rotations, their long wraps have been so interesting to kind of pay attention to and follow throughout the entirety of the event. And I don't know if those long wraps have been helping them more than they've been hurting them, because yeah, they dip into the blue a little bit early game. It doesn't hurt you too much. But by the time they pull up into zone, like all those power positions, you have to assume are going to be occupied. So they're kind of forced to play the edge and just hope that nobody's going to be near them.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, I think teams have settled into this idea that, okay, we can play edge when we have to, but I think for most of these squads, they would still rather not, like you described it, Dave, take that risk, because we saw it. Teams, yeah, are good at scouting, very good at scouting, in fact, but the shots are just getting better and better. Players looking to roll up, do that initial scout. We saw it multiple times yesterday, as likely to just get shot right out of their vehicles for trying. So being able to move in a little bit faster, a little bit more proactive, it's been so fun to see how this lobby has evolved over time. You can still play the edge, yes, and some teams still do quite well at it. But for a lot of the squads that are finding success, Dave, they're getting in early, they're finding those power positions, and they're taking the fights to the teams that are coming to them.
So we'll keep you guys updated watching here today on those teams. Boring Protocol down there at the bottom, Dope Esports down in Milta Power. And yeah, it's gonna, like you said, in Virum, it's gonna be a very interesting kind of storyline to follow those bottom teams on the cusp of either making it or not making it to the NA finals, which next week, 18 games, 6 games a day. As we see in the kill feed, XSET J, first blood of the day on the YDD.
And this is a very common fight that we find ourselves, you know, with this sort of plane path, this sort of circle. Nova do a split drop south of Pachinki, but they often will rotate in through farm. Of course, XSET drop in Milta, so pretty common to see these two teams scrap. XSET have oftentimes been on the receiving end of quite a bit of damage from Nova, so it's good to see them turning things around, able to draw first blood in the lobby. And if you're Ghost Gaming, that's got to put a little smile on your face, because you have done a good job of staving off Nova from taking you down, really closing that gap in the PMGC points, but it's still great to see. And if you're a fan of Mezexis, Dave, this may be less great to see. However, the 2v1 situation, Lazarus may not be coming out on top.
Ooh, swapping on over to that DP. Oh, but getting knocked in return, I believe, by Starlight from across the way on the roof right there. And this fight is not over. We got Telly in the back lines looking to pull up and get that support on their squad mates. Last one alive right here.
And this was huge. Starlight, MVP, not necessarily on the screen, but the presence was felt. Oh my goodness, being able to not help get the first knock on the roof, get the second knock on the roof, allow the two other teammates from Mezexis to roll up. Starlight, absolutely stellar position there from them. And Dave, we knew this final day, this final series of games was going to be intense, was going to be action-packed. And oh boy, are these players delivering, because we talked about Nova and XSET, but hey, it's Nova and Ghost. Tale's old as time.
Yeah, Shifan has a beautiful angle on the high ground onto the duo up there, trying to get the pickups. And I believe
What's
Rin...
Telly doing?
Well, Telly went for that last-ditch effort to survive, go for those placement points, and looks like Rin was kind of scouting and saw the push from Telly. It's a 1v1.
Close range, this AK will do a lot of damage. They connect onto a few shots, good pre-fire in the angle. Telly just trying to bait them with the shots and the angles. Trying to force Rin back, but he knows the longer this goes on, the higher the likelihood the rest of the team shows up. Great shots from Telly, can find the first one, but Rin's going in around the corner, and that's just it. Telly needed to make the play a little bit quicker to try and give himself more of a chance, but Nova responded beautifully. Rin bought exactly as much time as he needed to, and just like that, Lazarus, they're out of there.
Hey, Rin did a really nice job at buying time. You called it. Going into that closet, going for those pre-fires, and I believe Telly recognizing the situation, like, hey, I'm the only one on the team alive here, actually popped out instead of taking that fight, tried to go on the broken wall side to get that cover, but the timing right there, Nova giving up their position on the angles that they had on Ghost Gaming to make sure to keep Rin alive. That's that teamwork, and that right there, that's telling me that they have their eye on that PMGC spot. They're not just looking to get their clips in No, they're trying to make sure the whole team is alive, because I was crunching the numbers here, Paul. All right. There's still 23 games technically for them to acquire those PMGC points. So they're looking at an average of 6.4 points per game in order to tie with Ghost at the top.
That's tying with Ghost at the top as they currently stand.
They currently stand, yes. Not considering what Ghosts are acquiring themselves.
That's the thing, Dave. And again, I absolutely think if given enough time, the way Nova is playing, I think we're seeing the best iteration of Nova that we've ever seen. I think given maybe double that number, maybe 50 games, and if Ghost had a few rough days, I 100% think that could happen. But man, that is a mountain to climb. We'll see if they're going to be able to, as Knights up on a little mountain of their own. I'll be a little bitty one. Looking down on the Illuminati, who another one of those teams down here at the bottom who put themselves in a great spot to make it to the finals. But again, nothing set in stone. And with an opening like this, my goodness, Dave, the Knights, they're not playing around.
And I think it has to do with Coops trying to maintain that #1 spot in the lobby as the top fragger. Rin, Polo, hot on the case. Land, last one in the closet. Yep, done. Second team to be eliminated here today in game #1.
Ouch. All right. I mean, this is what I was looking to see on this final day, Dave. This is the teams at the top now over the last 3 weeks knowing full well exactly what they're capable of. How good their shots are, how good their comms are, how good their teamwork is. They know it. They know what they can do. They're feeling themselves, feeling confident. If they get an opening knock, Dave, we are going to see sharks in the water. Play Jaws music in the back of your head because that squad is coming for you. So if I'm one of these teams in the middle or at the bottom, I think I need to start to get aggressive as well, because you're going to look, we're going to come to circle 5, and there should be no teams left in the lobby, no points left available. Everyone's got to step up their aggression here, keep up the pace, and the pace ain't slowing down as we're seeing XSET and BTOWN going toe-to-toe. Dave, we are in a real rumble.
Yeah, so many fights, and the difference here today with these fights is they're like just straight up pull-ups. We just see the teams just pulling up to the compounds, looking to flush them out compared to in the previous days, previous weeks, where it was a lot slower. A lot of these teams would leapfrog instead of sending it straight to the compound. So we were talking about it here in Virum. Today is a different vibe in the lobby. I think these teams that are at the top, their energy is just looking for some high-octane games.
Yeah, I mean, this is a day to, if you're a team that's already guaranteed qualification, win some money and get some clips for your montages. Did you just need your own teammate? XSET's getting kind of mad, I think, off the back of that one. No, get some clips for your montage. 1v3s. I want to see a 1v4 today, Dave. That's what I want to see. I want to get hype. I want another Xenox clip. I want something we can really sink our teeth into as fans of PUBG Mobile. That's what I want to see.
Polo's going to be big mad right there, getting taken out, the only one from this squad, because I know Polo, for a fact, is trying to reclaim that spot here. Yeah, trying to reclaim that spot here that was taken from them, I believe, yesterday or the day before. We got Coops with 133. We got Rin with 121 and Polo with 121. Those are the top kill leaders in the lobby. That's including all the games. So some massive numbers up at the top.
Man, for Coops to be able to do this like 2 seasons in a row, to just be able, I mean, Coops was
insane.
A rookie, quote unquote, not really, but basically a rookie last season, was this young gun. We constantly sang their praises. And for them to be able to repeat the performance over an entire year, Dave, I mean, we've both been around the block long enough to know how impressive that is for a young player to come in, make a name for themselves, and then maintain it. Maintain that star MVP status with a slightly different roster as well, with another star player like Xenox on your team to continue to put up those numbers, Dave. I would even say it's more impressive this season. Coops is the real deal.
And what's even more impressive from Coops is they told me, even though they're already qualifying to Americas because they won last season, Coops told me that their goal here is to win #1 in NA finals. I'm like, dude, okay, save it for somebody who needs it. He's like, nah, it's us. It's us, baby. And getting into this game, looks like Knights are going to be in a nice position out there on the east side. They got Nova, Mezexis, Dope, and Pro Era kind of hovering around them as of right now. On the opposite end of the circle, the Panthers, WallStreetBets, Syndicate.
Rain? Okay. Okay. Tensa, the last one standing for Ghost Gaming, I should remind, was able to do a little do-si-do there with the partner in and around.
Still alive.
In a 2v1, should find the angles. No chance Tensa makes this one out alive. And Ghost Gaming out of the lobby. They took an early scrap with Nova. Nova left that fight, by the way, took out Lazarus, and still got kill points on Ghosts. I want to reiterate that. As we see into this southern portion of the next circle, you talked about it, Dave. It's a little bit congested. As we look more towards the middle, 19 Esports might have the best position in this whole circle.
Brain hit his brain on that crash right there. It's a little confusing.
Not so good. Not so good.
Not so good. But they should be able to get picked up, and they need to watch out from Ogilvy, who are going to be looking right on top of them, who are getting those pickups as well. But like you mentioned, 19E dead center. 19E yesterday as well. They were really good with calling out those positions that would be favored in that late game. And not only were they good at that, they were good at defending those positions. They were making sure that nobody crashed them. They were making sure not to over peak, lose the helmet, get knocked. They were racking up a ton of kills yesterday. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same performance today from 19E, the third-party kings of the lobby.
They are indeed, and that's the thing where they're really sort of honing in on their play style. It's being able to find these very efficient kills. They don't overextend, they don't go too far, they take exactly the fights they need to go in, get the points, get out. But a team that's not looking like they're going to be able to get out so easily is WallStreetBets, jumping on board with Drago. Already one player down, that's Baba, down and out. So many Bob OP fans in the chat gonna shed a single tear as he's the first player not. WallStreetBets though, Dave, they're in a bit of a rough spot.
Drago the Dragon. That's the new nickname. You got to call Coops the Miramar Monster. I'm calling Drago the Dragon here. Just putting that out there. As,
I'm a fan.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Trademark pending. But it looks like the Panthers, 4 squad mates up, down below, looking to get a grenade into one of these windows to start the engagement, because the Panthers got 3 squad mates on the first story right here. So 1 grenade up there, immediate push. Like, that's the play right now.
That's exactly the play. They just need that slight opening.
Oh, it happened.
It did. We can see it there, the little icon. I hope we can go back to that fight as soon as this circle settles in. Where are we going to be going? Right out in the fields. Oh, it's going to be one of those games, Dave. I hope we can get back to that fight with WallStreetBets and the Panthers, though, because the winner of this one is going to have to move, as both of these teams going to have to trade. A nice hold from WallStreetBets, able to get the revive, but both these teams know they need to leave, or else it's mutually assured destruction. One of these squads, or maybe both of these squads, ain't making it out, but that's it. Beautiful play. The Dragon's going to drop. Moso going to push on in. The rest of the team has to be there. Counter grenades coming out, but it's not going to be enough. Double knocks. Last player alive. It's Devotion. Going to need to call up a Hail Mary to make it out of this one. Running around just trying to survive. May cook some long nades to try and hold some angles. Keep an eye on that, and it ain't happening. Moso looking like a fiend, pushing on in there, finding multiple knocks, and what a clean play, Dave, and they did it fast enough. They're going to be able to rotate in.
Moso, yeah, you love it. I mean, the grenade and then just the immediate pre-fire with the AKM just to steamroll up those stairs, catching WallStreetBets off guard. All things considered, though, WallStreetBets have been doing phenomenal since their, I want to say, late tournament switch that they started to implement last week. Kind of talking about it yesterday with Hot Jukes. Like, now we got Drago the Dragon out here IGL and co-IGLing with Stevo, and like that's completely new for the team. So they're doing really well, all things considered. And hopefully in these last couple matches, we can continue to see them excel in their skills. But over here, Ogilvy, Alucard spotted something.
On the drive-by, I think was able to spot Kalaz back there. But Vurex is spotted out now. This is huge. This is going to give Alucard exactly the information they need. Oh, didn't quite cook it properly. Got a bad bounce. But Alucard's got a few more nades left. Got the ghillie suit to boot, which means they're going to have a bit of a fun time. Going to back up, though, reset with the rest of the squad. And talking about a little bit of a change here, Alucard, IGL, for Knights, traditionally in the first few weeks played anchor, Dave. Always played back, shot calling from the rear, you know, laying down great base of fire for the team. But oftentimes, we've actually seen him more up front of late, acting as an additional pressure, force. I would say even acting as a distraction to allow Xenox and Coops to continue to play their games.
The entry-level driver role right there. Always in a vehicle, looking to get into a skirmish. Acer, though, on the roof. This is Born Protocol. They do not want to get taken out right here.
No, they do not. This is one of the teams we highlighted at the start of the day. One of those teams down there at the bottom, vying for the finals, desperately trying to cling on to the slightest lead they built from themselves yesterday. 4 points coming into the day. Neither them nor Dope have a single point to their names yet. And now, with Born Protocol losing one player, that journey is going to get that little bit harder. We're going to keep coming back to the storyline because it's one of the most important ones left as we decide our top 16 going into the North American Finals. After 3 weeks of play, Dave, it's crazy to think it just comes down to these 5 games.
It's coming down to this. And on the other end of the zone, Dope Esports, nice position in the field all to themselves. And I believe they're going to be using their vehicles to create some type of cover. But Born Protocol able to return some shots back over here and possibly get the pickup on the fanboys.
Balak, excellent at shooting. Not so good at windows.
Oh!
Now, less good at windows. Okay. Born Protocol on the outside of the circle. Got a ways to run. No door on this side of the building. Pinched between 19 Esports and Syndicate. Not a great spot to be in. And if you're Dope, when this eventually all resolves and you see this all go in and 19E pushing on in, the third-party Kings, they started this off, Dave, didn't get involved in the middle, but they're looking to finish it right here. Fate dropping the nade down right on the edge of the blue. 19 Esports making sure they don't want to get backfilled through all this, waiting for the grenade to explode. There it is. They heard it being dropped. Now this is their opportunity to push. Fate's going to pop the first nade, but I'm not sure they've got enough time. Pre-firing the angles, but the second nade comes through. Beautifully done. Drops the second one. Fate in a 1v2 situation. The rest of the team's going to look to push on in, making a 1v3. Acer here on the outside. Fate, can they find the shots? Yes, they do. Leon drops. Can they find the second? No, but the blue is here. They bought enough time. Will this be disaster for 19 Esports, Dave? I think it will. They're going to have to leave these two players, but on the other side, Dope are getting crashed by Mezexis. These two teams that could not afford to die are potentially the first ones to leave this lobby in the late game.
Dope Esports had such a nice spot over here, and now I believe Nesquake, the only one alive, just out there in the north. We can see them in that third story watching their squad mates just get picked apart one at a time out here, and I really did appreciate the guard tower that they were holding in the fields. Like, look at the sight lines right here, and they just weren't able to take shots at the vehicles from Mezexis before Mezexis crashed, and we'll pay close attention to them as they are fighting for placement points this game to breach that top 16.
Speaking of crashing, well, that's 19 Esports. That fight with Fate just took a little bit too long. They couldn't get the players up in it. Beautiful play from Fate. Yeah, he went out earlier, Dave, but he got revenge in the long run. Pro Era able to pick up those points. And Nova forced to make this push on foot. This is not ideal from them. They're going to take a lot of damage in this crossing, as Moso is here fighting with Pro Era as well. What a sloppy finish, Dave, and I would expect nothing less because this circle, it's not so friendly.
No, it's open wheat fields, and we can see there's different levels of the terrain, of course. At the end of the day, like, it's still an open wheat field. So right now, Pan trying to catch this grenade on a Moso will be able to connect. Moso getting bopped by a nade, and Pro Era, they've been quiet throughout this super weekend, so they are pretty safe with qualifying for the finals, but now their main goal, get that $1,000, get these chickens. And talking about chicken, well, Knights still 4 up over here. Definitely a team to be reckoned with.
Dave, I have this feeling in my gut. Today is the day of Knights. Today is the day of Knights. From, again, I feel like they've just been refining their style, coming together, building their synergy as this iteration of 4 over the last 3 weeks, and we are about to see the pinnacle of that here today. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 2 Knights chicken dinners here today. But as we're taking a look at, again, these teams at the top, Dope is still alive. They have been able to outlive all of these other teams. Still a few points to their name as well. I think there's a good chance they pass Boring Protocol this game.
And just imagine if Dope were able to successfully defend that guard tower that Mezexis took from them. They would have been in a nice spot to gatekeep Knights and Ogilvy out here in the fields as well. That's one of those things that's like, you just got to win your fights, because that was a really nice spot here. But they still have Solo, like you mentioned, trying to carry that baton, trying to survive, get those placement points. If they get taken out right now, that's only 2 points.
Not ideal from them. See what more they can do. Seeing Ogilvy and Pro Air crashing into each other. Nova may look to get involved. Hugh is down. Ogilvy with the smokes. Natsuo, that key player, will get cleaned up as the Knights are third-partying this one. Ogilvy just trying to hold on through all of this. Coops, no surprise, already hitting that 600 damage mark. As Nova is in shambles, down to a single player. Mezexis, though, because of this power position, Dave, you called it. They did a fantastic job of securing it early, and it's paying dividends for them as it's still in this next circle, continuing to center up. Coops is going to drop. Great third party from Fishy. This is absolutely huge for the Knights. That's one of those star players, and just like this, Nova Esports, they're out of there.
See ya. Getting picked apart out there on the edge. I'm trying to see who took out Alucard. Okay, it was Nesquik. Yeah, because Nesquik was right next to Alucard. Got a nice grenade onto him. Now it is going to be a 1v1 between Nesquik and Peaceful from BTOWN. Nesquik just trying to survive. Was 7th place a moment ago. Now 5th place, which will get him 6 placement points if they got taken out right here.
Second I go to hype up Knights. Caster Curson right into the ground. Love to see it. As we're seeing Ogilvy now, another one of these teams who, Dave, have had their ups and downs over the course of the last few weeks, but we constantly see them in some of these final circle situations. Their resiliency, their ability to survive is impressive. As we're taking a look at Pan, taking some shots, and Pro Air, they're still very much in this.
They are, and I'm looking at the points on the right-hand side. Dope also have 4 kills, so with Boring Protocol getting taken out right there, they might have just passed them for that 16th spot. So that's going to be a story that we see all day long in Miramar, just the yo-yo back and forth for that 16th position.
Oh, I mean, that's what I love to see on this final. That's how close they were coming into this. Over 3 weeks of play, 4 points is what separated them today. That is exciting as we take a look at the bottom of the leaderboard. Again, vying for a spot at the finals after all of this, you know, making their way through qualifiers, through league play, through super weekends to make it to the finals, to be one of the best 16 teams in North America. That is a statement, Dave, for these players who've been grinding for months or years to make it here. And if you're also a squad like Mezexis, who are now in a position to win this first game of the day, and it would be so important to them, Dave, because they have yet to get a chicken dinner.
Also, the squad of Mezexis, they're just looking for some respect on their name. So if they can get a couple chicken dinners here, some money in the pocket, and their name out there as being like one of the best teams in North America heading into the finals, that's going to be looking really good for them. 7 kill points so far for them. Pro Air, though, still a trio out there on the west side. They do have zone, so they could probably snake it out right here unless somebody just YOLO sends it in a vehicle. As I say that, Starlight, okay. McLaren, baby.
Starlight, though. I don't think they realize just how many players are behind them in all this. They're looking straight towards Pro Era, but we got 2 different teams who could potentially look to third party them here, and that is going to be the case. But Starlight strikes back. The nade finds just finds the kill right there. Dope Esports out of there, but 10 points, Dave. They will pass Boring Protocol.
Stir on that Nesquik, get that chocolate milk. But hey, good game though. 5th place, that's 6 points. So great game. Now Peaceful from BTOWN, the last solo alive, to pretty much be that wrench in the Mezexis chicken dinner here.
Almost the last solo. Ogilvy still got one in here too. Way off in the blue though. I think maybe look heel strat through. I don't had to look at the mini map. I'm like, where is this last player? Can't even see them on the screen. They are out there, I think. Gonna try and heel strat, maybe crawl in. They're just outside of Pro Air. But Dave, look at how close. Starlight doesn't know. Starlight doesn't know.
I would take the shot. I would take the shot.
His name is Peaceful, Dave. His name is Peaceful.
You just made all that movement though. All that noise. What was
his
that?
name was Peaceful. Okay, he couldn't do it. It's not in his nature. All right, he's not about that life. But Pro Era feeling anything but peaceful right now, Dave, as they're pushing in, confirming the kills. Seagut with the Tommy gun, point blank range. Not looking to miss those shots. Makes it a 3v3, but the counter nade from Mezexis is there. And we're looking at a 3v2 situation.
Glass is still alive, by the way. Newsflash, a solo out there just laughing as they hear these shots, listen to these grenades erupt right ahead of them.
And in a very similar situation to Peaceful was a few moments ago. We'll see if Pan knows. Glass has been able to snake their way in beautifully.
Oh.
But
We see you.
Our caster curse ability is very strong tonight, Dave. I think we should we should be careful.
You saw
We
that
have
little
great
pixel
power.
though? That was a 1 pixel right there through the Wii field. Like the awareness from Pan right there. Plus 2 points in my book.
Oh, 100%. Now it comes down to that 3v1 as Starlight and crew pick this up. Man, Starlight has had a heck of a game as Pro Era is down to a solo. Fishy will get the first knock, but that's all she wrote. Mezexis with their first chicken dinner here on the Super Weekend. Feeling oh so good about that one. Give them their $1,000. Somebody cut a check.
Never too late to show up here. I know this is the last day, but money is money. 6 kills for Starlight as well. And I gotta say, they took that guard tower from Dope Esports, the trio that was holding it down. I feel like that one spot, that one position on the map was the game-winning play for Mezexis. And here's their stats here in Miramar.
I mean, solid. 12 kills. Decent amount of, they did get into fights, but they are able to be resilient. They didn't go down. That was the big thing. They weren't constantly scrambling to get revives off. They would take damage, but the team shooting was there. They would quickly get the kill and get back on their feet. So a 12-kill chicken dinner. Dave, 27 points. That feels good. What a way to get it done here. What a way to start off the final day of the final Super Weekend. If you're a Mezexis fan, you're smiling from ear to ear, and I'm smiling a little bit more because we still have more games in store for all of you. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, the analysts will break that down, and then match number 2.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back, folks. Just a quick reminder about our friends over at OnePlus. They've got flagship performance on their handsets, both the 9 and the 9 Pro. They put technology made specifically for gamers, HyperTouch, and 120 hertz display. So the OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are absolutely your best shot to climb the ladder and beat out the competition. You need to have all the tools available to you. Welcome back, folks, to the PMPL. I'm your host, F. Joined here by two of the best of the business, the Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Seven's raising the roof right now. You feeling good, man?
I am. Dope started the day the way I want them to. All right, we had some doubters. I'm a believer today.
Well, dope. They did well. Not quite number one. In fact, we'll take a look at how map number one went. Erangel, always a lot of fun to see how the teams kind of plant themselves. But Seven's right. Dope absolutely stood up tall. This is a team that we're used to seeing kind of on that second page of map results. But this time around, Seven, we see something a little bit different.
Yes, we do. 10 points. That not seem like much when you have Mezexis being able to pull out 27 points and Pro Era 22. And then Ogilvy, oh my gosh, this was just a fun match. We got Ogilvy too, 12 points, BTOWN 11 points. But Dope Esports, this is exactly what they need to be able to average if they want to pass UIU. Don't worry, we'll get to that in a bit. And then we go to Knights, 10 points from them. We've been talking about him. We saw Coops being able to do some amazing stuff, as we're kind of used to seeing him do amazing stuff. And then we have XSET, 7 points out of them, mostly kills. I'm actually going to have to go back to the stats to see who ended up getting those kills. And then we have Nova. As we do go here towards the second page, we're going to be seeing Ghost with just 1 point, Glitter.
Yeah, I know. When we saw that happen too, I think we were talking about it being like, this is the opportunity for Nova to maybe get some points on the board. They weren't able to do that though. Boring Protocol as well, right above Ghost with only 3 points. Now, if you guys recall, that's one of the teams we're keeping our eyes on. So there could be already some shakeups in the midst for us. And then all the way down there at the bottom, and weirdly enough, Illuminati, WallStreetBets, and Lazarus, all teams that we've seen have really, really strong starts to the Super Weekend. On the final day, not having the strongest start to the day.
Not just yet. We'll see. You know, sometimes it takes a couple of turns of the key to get things started. It's just me that drives it, Peter? Okay, fine. But Illuminati right now, really hoping for that vroom vroom next time around before we jump into our next map. But celebrating our Erangel situation, our round MVPs. A couple of familiar names up here, I am sure. Pan, Starlight, and Fishy. Pan actually had a crazy play that I thought was really, really cool, Glitter. Starlight and Fishy, though, it's cool to see different names up here.
It's cool to see multiple players from Pro Era up here.
Yeah.
Pro Era really turned it on in this first. I mean, Pan with almost 1K damage in the first game of the day straight out the gate. Fishy had almost 800. 6 kills apiece for both Starlight and Pan. I mean, I was trying to see their 7th when you had brought up Coops. Maybe if Coops was going to be up here getting some of those kills for the squad, but Pro Era and Mezexis just dominated this first match.
They definitely did. I mean, Pan almost 1,000 damage. The man with the best name on the player Discord, 6 kills too. And then you have Starlight with 26 minutes of average. I mean, overall, great performances. I love seeing that. I love when we get new people on the top players.
That's what it is. You get so used to just seeing the same names over and over. Don't get me wrong. Love y'all, Rin and Shifan, but it's just nice to spread the love just a little bit. So we'll take a look at top damage as well, because like I said, different names, different teams. You got a lot of different things going on. This Erangel, Pro Era, and Mezexis in those 1 and 2 spots here, Glitter. Very different.
Wow. Okay, the Pro Era above 2K. Mezexis essentially at 2K. Mezexis with the more kills at 12 kills, and Pro Era at 10. I mean, to be fair though, I think all of us had kind of called out XSET a little bit at the beginning of today, and this is a nice start to the day. 6 kills and 1,300 damage, almost identical performances, honestly, between XSET and Knights 7. Like, this is a weird total damage.
It's a weird day, and this is something that the casters could have mentioned. We're going to be seeing a lot of weird stuff since it is the final day, and I'm all for it. I mean, we have the Panthers. So, well, the Panthers have been starting to perform. We see them here a lot more now. 4 kills, 800 damage. Ogilvy, too. I mean, Ogilvy is starting to get in a groove as well, which I'm actually excited to see how they're going to be able to turn it up to the finals. And then 19 Esports, a team that for a minute there, we never really got a chance to talk to after Super Weekend 1. They're finally getting into this type of graphics.
19. Always excited.
Esports.
Always excited. 19. I just like to see him there, man. I miss the 19 of yesteryear. And like I said, Carnage, man. I just like the squad. I like the players. And so I want to see 19 make it into the finals. I want to see him keep going on. Right now, though, that's what we have on our minds are the competition after the competition. Finals looming on the horizon. We've talked a lot about how only the top 16 teams can get in there. And so let's take a look at what the league looks like at the moment. We have 4 maps left. First page don't matter. It's all about this. Dope Esports at the moment are your cutoff. They have 130 points. That's going to keep on going, but you've got to look at UYU here, Seven. They are not present in our Super Weekend.
Yes, you do. You know why? The reason why I wanted to show this graphic? I want UYE to start biting their nails. WallStreetBets is pretty much about to pass them. The Illuminati, even though they did have a bad game, I mean, they have 4 more games to pass them. And I think with the way the Illuminati has been playing, I think they'll definitely be able to. Dope Esports, you heard me mention it earlier on the first graphic that we did. They're currently averaging about 10 points per game. It's super close. And then Boring Protocol, it's currently within just 3 points, Glitter, of Dope Esports. I'm telling you, it's going to come down to the final game.
This is crazy. So, I mean, essentially, WallStreetBets will jump above UYU in the next match. They're only 2 points behind. Illuminati just needs to not have what they had happen in this first game. They should be able, in theory, after 4 more games, be at least able to jump above as well. 7. I mean, it was going to potentially be a lot of points that Dope Esports was going to have to make up if they really wanted to solidify their spot. But if they can do even a fraction of what they did here, because the majority of their points in this last match was from placements. We saw Nesquik trying to survive for as long as possible for the squad. If they could do that and then get some more kills on top of it, which we've seen them do in the past, can you imagine a world where somehow all of these teams make it through and UYU just slowly drops down for the rest of the day?
I definitely can imagine that world. I'm a supporter of that world. And the reason why I'm a supporter of that world, even though it might come off a little bit toxic, is because all of these teams' destinies are in their hands. Like, you cannot, and this is going to be a great learning lesson for some of these teams. The Hitless, I'm looking at you, even though you've been here before. Yo, same scenario. UYU, same scenario. You never want to leave it to just some of the other teams hoping that they have a bad performance because you weren't able to qualify to the final Super Weekend. So hopefully this is a harsh learning lesson for a lot of these players.
That's the thing. If I'm UYU, I'm looking at the Super Weekend so far and going like, okay, guys, no big deal. I'm actually kind of chilling. Like, it's a little scary, but I'm chilling. And then map number 1 of Sunday comes around and I go, oh, I don't know about all that, boys. A little bit scary for sure. So UYU have to just keep on watching and hope that everybody else falls down. Are you rooting for UYU or the rest of the crowd here? Let us know. Hashtag PMPL, whether it be Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, etc. We'll find you. So let us know what you're thinking and shout out who you're rooting for, whether it's UYU or the field. Speaking of the field, let's take a look at where we're going. From Erangel, we'll go to Miramar. That's where the money is made. It's funny. That strange leaderboard round results that we saw, that's usually what we get on Miramar. So if we got that on Erangel, I'm kind of expecting a lot of shakeups here on Miramar as well. Very excited to jump into our second map, and so that's what we're gonna do. The desk will take a rest. We'll be back after our second map, which we're headed to now. Casters, start your engines.
Am I ready to go? Miramar is always exciting. Teams get time to fight early. We see scraps, we see fun rotations, but Dave here today with the aggression we already saw in game number 1. Ooh, I expect things to turn up a whole nother notch.
Click, 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 click. That's me turning the knob all the way to max here. So not max man from the EU, but maximum pressure. And I think that pressure right now is getting maxed out for Boring Protocol because they just got knocked out of that 16th position on the overall leaderboard. Not by a lot of points, but still, getting knocked out is going to apply some more pressure. So with 4 more games to go, we were talking about Boring Protocol, their ultra wide wraps around the zones. I feel like this game that happened similarly because they got stuck on the edge and multiple teams saw them. 19E, of course, kind of pinching them out towards the end with that third-party action. But in your eyes, what can they do? What can they do differently to make sure to survive here in BRM?
I think they need to trust themselves, which is a very esoteric response. But by doing so, and I say this, they need to trust their shots as we get into map number 2 on Miramar. And by doing so, they need to trust that they can push in a little bit earlier. If they need to breach a compound, they can, but ideally get there a little bit ahead of their opponents. Don't necessarily take the widest, craziest route to try and avoid every single fight. Take a fight. Get some points. Do what you have to do. You're here facing the prospect of not making the top 16. The time for nerves is gone. All the pressure is here. It's time to step up, own it. It's make or break, clutch or kick. Which one will it be? Because right now, Dave, they're facing just getting kicked right out of the top 16, right out of the finals.
Do it. Do it. That's what we're telling them here. Do it. And talking to Fate, Fate said that they are going to do it. And they're going to do it by staying focused, staying relaxed, and taking their times on their rotation. So let's see if Fate could pull out all 3 of those stops here tonight in the last couple matches to make sure to claim their spot back in that top 16 with Dope. So they're going to be going back and forth all evening long. I guarantee it.
Take time, Fate, but don't take too much time. They say time and tide waits for no man, and I believe that because we saw what happened when they took a little bit too much time on the outside there. They ended up getting pinched, hard rotated away from them. I need to see them a little bit more proactive with that. But otherwise, Dave, yes, absolutely. I need to see the focus. Fate's a player who's been in the scene forever. This is a super veteran player. Has a ton of competitive experience, so we know they're capable of it. But Dope. They're feeling the momentum. I can't imagine how excited they're feeling right now. Keep an eye on that. But Dave, I'm keeping an eye on them. And yeah, they're Los Leones, but Knights is right near them. I don't think we're going to see any early fighting, but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, we can see Nesquik and crew already in vehicles looking to maybe take up the southern part of Los Leones, get that loot, get that gear, and just hunker down, defend, because it will be in circle number 1. And unless the Knights want to initiate some type of fight, maybe they get the one up, maybe they spot out those enemies out there. We kind of talked about it last game. Talking to Coops, he told me straight up, like, they're comfortable. They already know they're making to the finals. They already have a spot to the Americas. And Coops, their only concern right here is 2 things. That is to be number 1 at the end of the day with the kill points, the damage, everything at the top. MVP, baby. Once again, the back-to-back MVP, by the way. And number 2 is to continue to develop that synergy with the team and Xenox in particular, as kind of those 2 frontline pushers, those 2 frontline fraggers. So the best way, in my opinion, to develop that synergy is getting into fights together, getting into fights. And with Dope right in front of them, that is looking like some nice practice time to me, if I was the Knights, of course.
I agree. And I love that they're identifying the fact that they need to continue to build their synergy. I love the fact that they're not content to just rely on their individual gun skill. They're not just content to rely on their shot calls, which are great. Don't get me wrong, but I love the fact that they've identified that's the one area that they're slipping. And the one area that if they can refine that, Dave, I truly believe they can reassert themselves as that best squad in North America, because they looked so good in that first season, that PMPL earlier on this year. Absolutely incredible to watch. And again, they've got really impressive numbers. That's some really impressive numbers. But I think if they can continue to hone in those skills, come together, do that fusion dance if you're Coops and Xenox. Oh, there's a reason this team was built the way it is, Dave. Let's put it that way.
You mind me asking you real quick, what does the fusion dance look like?
They sort of do like some spins, and then they come together at the end, and they like bring their arms in, like the fingers, and then they, huzzah! I haven't watched Dragon Ball in a very long time. I'm sorry. I'm pissing off a lot of diehard anime fans.
To me, I picture like 2 pigeons, dancing, flapping their wings.
No, I'm in a way better
pigeons.
Okay, not pigeons. Okay. Not pigeons.
Okay. Like breadcrumbs. I don't know what that came to mind. So I'm glad you clarified it. And then the huzzah at the end.
Oh,
definitely.
Boy. Okay. Well,
it's okay. It happens.
It's okay. It's okay. No, I'm feeling totally fine. If you're Boring Protocol, feeling a little bit less fine. And if you're Nova, who's still trying to chase ghosts, Dave, still trying to chase a ghost, we know, not easy. Traditionally, historically, not easy.
So Nova, they're feeling fine in a sense that they will be competing in the Americas. And they are probably also feeling fine with if they could just continue on with what they've been doing during those Americas. Yeah, we do introduce some other squads from Latin America. You know, there's going to be a mix. There's definitely going to be a new vibe, I guess I'll put it lightly, in the lobby for sure. But Nova are strong contenders, and you can't discount them. They have proved themselves here through the tournament. You know, their consistency, just working together, their 2-2 splits, just their rotations, everything all around. Great squad here. And then they got Rin, one of the top fraggers in the lobby, to add that cherry to the top. So the thing that I believe Nova really truly are trying to accomplish here with the 22 more games to go, I'm gonna keep pointing at it here, Paul. I know some people might be like, 146. That's a big number. You know, a lot of points between them and Ghost Gaming for those PMGC points. But I think they're gunning for it. Like, if they could get that spot, that's an instant invite. Like,
It just takes the stress off. It takes the stress of America's just off their shoulders. Don't worry about it. They're good. They're golden. They've locked it in. Easy peasy. And at the same time, Dave, at this point, like, what else is there to gun for? You might as well. You know what I mean? Yeah, you want individual chicken dinners. Yeah, you want, you know, money. They're almost at the point where they're $2,000 a person because they have those chicken dinners in the lobby. But, like, why not? Go for it, 100%. Because, like, it's going to help. It gives you a tangible goal to move towards. It gives you something you can focus your whole team in on. And speaking of focus, take a look at the mini-map. Focused in on Nova and Knights potentially crossing swords, and Shifan's aware of this. Tommy gun in hand with Ghost to potential third party. This could get very spicy, dead center of our circle.
Crossing swords. Is that another Dragon Ball Z reference?
If you're Trunks, absolutely.
There you go. Let's see, though. Knights on the opposite end of the hill, but look at Rin's position. So we were just talking about Nova. 2-2 splits. Like, early game, that's their bread and butter. And right there with that off angle from the duo, we could see the push from the Knights near impossible. Once when they push over that hill, they would have exposed themselves to that off angle that that duo had, and they would have been just a shooting range. And this is just Nova every single game.
And they perfected this. It's incredible. They're always in a position where they can help each other up. They can buy space and time if they get pushed as a duo. Sure, one might get knocked, but they'll often trade. And then the other two will come in and end up saving the day. Ooh, but a team that may need some saving here is Boring Protocol, the key member. That's Fate going down, running into Syndicate. They're going to trade 1-for-1. The rest of the squad is going to try and roll it in, but Big E Cheese, something do well yesterday. Can they do enough here? Absolutely not. The strength of numbers from Boring Protocol is a little bit too much, but they need to be careful. That was not those cactuses. Okay, take two. Kissix, you got it. All right, because Rad, Salty, Dave, they're still going to look to get involved here.
Yeah, Syndicate, they're pretty comfortable on the overall. So I wouldn't be surprised if this duo would try to pop some tires, maybe catch them on their rotate out of this position, because they are pretty much in the open. Yeah, they got a couple cactuses, but this is not in the zone either. So Boring Protocol being able to support their squad mate in that situation, get the pickup, very important, critical, I would say, to their longevity in this tournament. You know, as every game continues to whittle down, they just lost that top 16 spot last game. So there's just so much riding on every single little play, every single rotation, every single team fight. There is so much riding on it right now for Boring Protocol, and I don't envy them.
Neither do I, but now with those 2 kills, Dave, they're only 1 point behind. They've already started to claw their way back. They've taken their first fight, and they've won it. Absolutely huge as the circle continues to hard shift to the east. Water's still in play. We've seen some crazy finishes off this particular coast. But of course, what this does mean is that our playable area is smaller than it should be for this time of the game. And given the amount of teams that it's centered up, which is now on the western side, Dave, there's a good chance we see more early fights. And this one hasn't even finished, it looks like. Syndicate is actually still getting chased down. Boring Protocol are taking a very long rotational path here. They're trying to finish what they started.
Risky, real risky. They survived. They already got a couple points already. I think just focus on repositioning instead of possibly losing one out here in the desert. And I would like to see Boring Protocol wrap all the way around that north blue, hug it, and take up that peninsula, that little tiny peninsula on that east side near the water. I feel like that would have been a nice, safe position, but we'll keep up to date with them because another big fight, though. Esports top 16 looking to cushion their points a little more here with this game.
Big fight. Polo getting some big air with that truck. That nade doing a little bit of work. Polo going to be able to get the first aid off. Nesquik in 1v2. Casper going to look to reposition and get an off angle. They're on the very edge of the circle. XSET is playing gatekeeper in the most literal way. There is a line drawn in the sand, and it is where this next zone is going to pop. And you can see Dope trying to push their way in, but they do have a numbers advantage. And Jay has a very wide angle tape. This could come into play in a big way if Casper doesn't have his head on a swivel.
Yeah, Casper does have the cover from that vehicle ahead of him, but I don't know if they're aware of that off angle behind him from Jay. Not yet, at least. And XSET, they're qualified. So what XSET are doing here today, they're just practicing. They're getting ready for the NA finals. And, well, I wouldn't want to get caught in between them if my tournament life is in their hand right here for Dope Esports.
Yeah, I mean, XSET, another one of these squads, like Ghost, they fight well with 3. They have a ton of individual gun skill on this team, especially close range. Not a spot you want to be in. But right now, unfortunately for Dope, because of the way this hill works, this road works, you don't really have a lot of options when it comes to the retreat, as Nesquik is quickly discovering. Already forced back out. Teammates are going to try and offer cover fire. And is he just going to hoof it? No way.
Fortunate for him, he did have that cover fire from their squad mates across the road, but Jay, no care in the world. Second grenade will be able to seal the deal, and that's probably going to be the call for the duo still alive for Dope, just to pull off, try to avoid this at all costs. But XSET, that's the question. Will they hunt him down here?
No.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay.
I don't know what Killswitch is doing there. He definitely could have taken some shots. Maybe he's afraid the other player of Dope was going to shoot back, but Casper almost just threw the light. Driving is a skill, Dave. We talk about this. Driving is important because we've seen kills come through off the back of sloppy driving flips. This ain't the time to pull out some Tony Hawk Pro Skater. This is the time to get from point A to B.
On Miramar, for sure, because all these players, they like to avoid the roads, right? Because we can see the roads have really strong compounds, and most of the time, if you're on the edge, those roads are going to be occupied from squads like WallStreetBets, Knights, all these teams on those main roads. So that's not an option to travel on. So you really got to be on the ball here. And talk about being on the ball. The Panthers, Moso, Boat,
What is Moso doing? Yeah, okay,
Chilling.
thank you. Yeah.
Suntan.
Was there a crate out there or something? I don't think so.
Moso's out there. All right. That's all that matters. Moso's out there.
I mean, Moso was after last game, can do no wrong, in my opinion. Absolutely sick play. Taking over Apps last game was the Moso show. So I'll take more Moso. William Moso will do it.
Moso was prepared for another water finish. That's the truth here on Miramar. We saw that once here this season, and that was epic, of course. Ogilvy winning that chicken dinner, and Moso trying to set up for that spot. If I'm Moso, I'm probably going to chill out there some more. Might as well go for those placement points, test your luck. Work on your tan, maybe loot that little island out there. But the main kind of cluster right here, Knights, Nova, and WallStreetBets.
This is the fight, and it's a 1v1 trade so far. Neither team really having an edge, I would say, as Rin's taking a decent amount of damage. The third party could continue to come in. Chico on the back end could play a huge factor as Alucard and G-Fan continuing to trade, though, but it comes down to Rin. Xenox here as well. Memory with full HP, going to look to try and confirm some of those kills. Alucard, good and great job, but of course, because of this position that Alucard's put himself in, now Rin knows where Xenox is. This has to be the other player because of this lineup, and Chico needs to get into the game, Dave. Chico is so far off, but other squads could potentially rotate in. They are in the middle of so many of these different squads. As Alucard is actually trying to make the crawl. Rin with the nade, though. This could be huge.
Does Alucard say, get me up safe, don't smoke, get me.
Do something.
Do something. Will Alucard make it? Will I?
Oh my goodness.
Crawling up the stairs. Alucard made it. The crawl. And Chico now on the back lines behind the boulder.
Huge misplay.
Might be able to get some nice angles if Rin does decide to push that open field.
That has to be one of the single biggest misplays we've seen Nova make this weekend, maybe this whole tournament. This is a team that you cannot give an opportunity to breathe. It would have been risky for Rin to push this. Absolutely. It would have been risky to try and thirst the kill. But you still should have tried and do it because now it's a 2v3 against the Knights of all these teams. And look, Coops may be down and dead, but every single one of these players is still absolutely disgusting when it comes to these fights. I would not want to face any single one of them. Eventually, you're going to run out of nades. At some point, when Knights feel comfortable here, Dave, they might just look to execute the push, or they might just try and bait out Nova and have Chico come in from that off angle and seal the deal on this fight.
Yeah, the little broken section in that building with Rinnan, we saw Chico trying to toss some grenades in there, but Chico's on the opposite end behind the crate. Does have a little bit of cover, and I got to give it to Rin. They had the smokes in front of them, and they were just blindly throwing those grenades, and those grenades almost landed on top of Alucard, right past them. So that is some skill set right there. And talk about skill set, Natsuo swimming, 1 HP, and Lazarus looking to go fishing out here. How thirsty are they for this 1 point? I would say they're parched.
They are indeed. Natsuo, I think almost no chance survives here. Either will deny themselves to the water or not. Rin does get the knock onto Alucard though, but it looks like the fight is continuing to break out. And Nova is eliminated. Bourne Protocol came in from behind. Ended up pushing them out a little bit further. Now Chico is in this building. Nate doesn't make it through the door as the rest of Bourne Protocol to come in, potentially third-partying this. And Fate taking a lot of damage here. But they need to push in as a squad. Chico forced out the door, but no one was watching for it. They threw the molly. They knew this was going to be the push, but Dave, they weren't covering the drop. And just like this, Chico's able to go around the corner. Both teams look to trade. Xenox here with the UMP. Looking to try and get one back. Bourne Protocol cannot go out here, Dave. They've made it so far in this. Taking down Knights would be huge, not only for the points, but for the morale of this squad. They are battered and bruised. This fight against Nova did so much. Can Bourne Protocol seal the deal? It all comes down to Xenox around the corner, and they get it done. The perfect peak. It takes 3, but it don't matter. The Knights are gone.
8 kills. 8 kills so far. So they knew that they messed up game number 1. They're coming into game number 2 trying to snatch that spot, that 16th spot right back from Dope Esports down there towards the south. We're currently being gatekept from XSET, but over here, Land, the Illuminati versus 19E. Or
Illuminati
not. Did.
Well, they did get one. They got one. Cleaned up, though, and can keep in mind, Illuminati is another one of these teams we're talking about. They're sort of in the running in all these things. A squad that could potentially get passed and forced down if they're not careful, and they haven't had a couple of good games. Ghost ended up taking a fight on the coast as well with Lazarus. I think it was actually Pro Era who came in and did some third partying across both of those teams, and they're pushed down the coast. And Pro Era, another squad that's stepping up here on the final day of the Super Weekend, Dave. They're definitely a team we're going to have to keep our eyes on.
Look who it is. Like clockwork, the third party kings of the lobby, trying to take some shots at Bourne Protocol as they are popping those vehicles, looking to reposition. Now, Bourne Protocol, they have an okay spot in this zone. They do need to be cautious, though. I don't know exactly the sightlines that WallStreetBets have on them, but they're on the high ground overlooking them.
I don't like this play from K6. Leave nothing to chance. Smoke on your ally, smoke on your cross path. Easy. We'll be able to go in, get the revive in cover, no problem. Pro Era struggling a little bit on the outside of the blue. Circle continues to center up, and not a lot of teams are actually in it right now, Dave. I mean, if teams are in it, but there is a ton of open ground. Teams all focused in on these compounds, on the cliffs, on the city that's left. For the teams coming in late, they're in a bit of a position, and no surprise to the Panthers out here, right in the edge, Dave. This is where they love to play.
Nice little seat swap right there, but the third party from WallStreetBets on the high ground was able to seal the deal. And of course, Moso, the boater, is the only one dead from the Panthers. And Legal just sending it, crashing right on top of Polo.
Looking to get some shots in. Juggling the angle, of course, is Polo. Out of ammo, though, and so well played! Polo played him like a fiddle. Are you kidding me? I swear he was counting the bullets, Dave. He knew exactly how much ammo was left in that clip. Zero hesitation to re-peek that. Polo is a fiend.
Absolutely on the ball here so far, and I got to give it to Bop. They, instead of playing it slow on this new circle shift, they immediately rotated and pushed a little more into it ahead of 19E. So they're not going to be the ones gate kept in the zone. They're going to be the ones gatekeeping. So that's a heads up play from them.
And we talked about this in the plane, Dave. This is what I wanted to see, them getting a little bit more proactive. The question is, can they play this more defensive position? Can they get themselves set up? Channel your inner Ghost Gaming, lads. We believe in Boring Protocol. We'll see if they can continue to hold off these aggressors as 19E may look to make the send. XSET on the bottom part of the circle. They're actually gatekeeping Dope Esports. Whether they know it or not, though, Dave, that's my question.
Very nice play. I'm still impressed with the Boring Protocol push and not just sitting back waiting to see what happens. Now they need to avoid the grenades from Acer. Acer in the front lines will be able to connect on the fanboys, and you have to assume that might just be the moment that 19E look to make the breach, the push. As is now, it's only Kissix.
Valak is already down. Shots were coming in from range. I think it was Mezexis. Props to them for still getting involved in this one as the nades are raining in. 19 Esports going to look to stop this reign of terror right here. Taking a lot of shots from range. Kissix, a valiant attempt, but they will go down. 12 points to their name, though, Dave. And unless Dope pull off something crazy in this game, I think there's a chance they take their spot back.
Yeah, they just might be able to, if they can survive. XSET currently keeping them out here, and back to that bop fight, like their position was very challenging. They had 19E behind them, and down to the south, Mezexis looking at them, so they didn't have a lot of cover to deal with. Oh, talking about cover though, Casper looking to take cover behind that vehicle, and that thing just blew up.
Yeah, and like I'm saying, Dope Esports here did so well in that last game to knock Boring Protocol out of it. Boring Protocol, I think unless Cal gets a 1v2 right here, it's probably going to be all she wrote for them as well. Got the big gun in hand. Jay is here, and absolutely not. The third party from WallStreetBets, the Dragon, stepping on up, and Killswitch and crew potentially stepping on out. They've got to get Polo back up and in this. But Dave, we've been quiet on WallStreetBets, but they've certainly not been quiet. I think they're the only team with all 4 players alive.
Yeah, now they're forced to kind of push down the mountain that they've been holding for a couple zones now here. So when we look at these teams with the biggest advantage, you gotta assume Mezexis with their hard cover. No kills so far, but they're setting up. They're setting up for that late game here. And yep, talked about no kills. Well, there's their first one here, about 22 minutes into the game.
Oh, I mean, they've still got all 4 players up, so we can't knock the strategy. They're still going to get a ton of placement points regardless. I love how they're spread out. 2 players in the building itself, in the warehouse, and the other 2 spread out to watch those additional angles. Really nice. As we are seeing WallStreetBets losing that player here, but 12 kills from 19E, Dave. And what's the thing? We talk about them being the third-party kings, but they're not just content to be that. They are pushing fights all on their own. They're showing us that they can be the aggressors. They can be the ones to set the pace. They can be the ones to set the tone, just like Killswitch is doing right now, pushing into Mezexis.
Oh, Lie right beneath the little hill, the little lip right in front of him. Killswitch, UMP in hand. Looks like Lie is going to be using this moment to pull back just a little bit as these grenades are getting tossed over the sheet metal fence here. Killswitch looking to make the breach across the way, but these grenades are just money here from 24K. That's like the third grenade.
Oh, that one cooked a lot. Oh, no way! 24K! Insane game sense. Perfect timing on that, and XSET is in shambles, Dave. The push comes in. Flawless execution. Mezexis, where has this team been the whole time? This is incredible, Dave.
Yeah, that communication. They both had 2 pairs wrap around opposite ends of that sheet metal gate right there at the same exact time. So even if a duo got knocked out, the support duo in the back line was there to help assist and make sure they came out on top.
Come out on top, they did, but as one fight finishes, the next begins. WallStreetBets have made their descent down from the mountain. 19 may look to get involved as well as it comes down to these 3 teams. A 4v3v3. What a way to finish it out. As 19 are on an island out in the middle of the field. The crate may give some additional cover, but I think these teams are so focused on each other, Dave. This may be the opportunity they need. Lie not quite being able to take the shots there onto Baba. Huge opening opportunity for WallStreetBets. Continue to push their way through. One opening knock would even this up and do so much. Can Baba hit the nade? That's the question. Is it good? Not quite good enough.
Young Drago, the Dragon 2, half HP, prone right beneath the wall. Baba going for some pre-fire through that smoke. I'm looking for Drago the Dragon to get the heal off here. It looks like Mezexis will be pulling off just a little bit here, trying to get the reset, trying to get the heals, because now these two teams are outside of the zone and 19E on the edge, just third party in this fight.
No one gets the zone. It's out in that circle. 19E will have to crawl their way through an open field, but WallStreetBets and Mezexis, they're so focused on each other. I truly believe that 19 have an opportunity to play this slow and steady and make it through. And Baba, great game sense, able to get the knock into Kino, almost gets the confirm. Starlight up on that second floor, though, could be huge. As we're seeing Mezexis looking to try and trade one back, but 19E Carnage at range. If they can get an opening knock, these are the third-party kings. Dave, this is where 19E thrives.
The third party right now from 19E is disgusting, because looking up there, 24K can't even stand up without being shot through those windows. Same thing with WallStreetBets. All they have right now are these crates for cover, and the club. Ooh, the up close and personal with Lai gonna be traded on.
It's huge there. Baba, that was the fight he absolutely needed to win. So many fans cheering for him right now in the chat. Channeling that energy here in this final 7th circle. The SKS comes in from 24K, whose shots and grenades in particular have been absolutely sick all game long. Can they continue to make it rain as WallStreetBets, a couple trading back. Baba goes down. Starlight may look to open this one up. Lai's gonna fall. The circle is pushing in, Dave. It's at their back. Starlight crew they need to make it happen. Great Molly, but ends up down to the teammate. Bit of miscommunication there. And while all this is going on, Dave, 19 Esports moisturized in their lane, thriving out here in this next zone as everyone's got to come to them. But Acer does fall. Hang on a second, Dave. They haven't won this yet.
Drago the Dragon out there in the open, putting up quite the fight, but now 24K with the 8-time zoom on in, going for that heal, will be able to clutch out that second place finish. 19E though, Sam 5 kills, Acer 3 kills, Leon 3 kills, and then Carnage. Poppy Carnage 4 kills that game. Ooh. That's a GG for 19E, and that's $1,000.
Huge play from them. I want to see the damage numbers. Show me the damage numbers. 19E got involved that last game. Not content to only third party, Dave. They were pushing fights. 2,300 damage, 15 kills. A 30-point game for 19 Esports. Their progression over the last 3 weeks has been absolutely wild. We talked about synergy. If we talk about a team like the Knights and 19 both looking to continue to develop that synergy, Dave, I actually think the 19 Esports may be a step ahead of them here.
And I was talking about how every single play adds up throughout the entirety of the game. If Boring Protocol would have won that fight, that defend against 19E, they would have been in the same position that 19E were holding down in that north towards that end game. So that might have been the Boring Protocol win. You never know, because they didn't win that fight. But ladies and gentlemen, you saw in that game in Virum, you saw the skins. They were looking good. They were looking good. So ladies and gentlemen, the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate is on sale. Go into the PUBG Mobile store, unlock it, and you could rock those same outfits like we just saw there from the pros in game. So that is going to be game number 2. We got 3 more games to go. Don't go anywhere.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Whoa! We are here and we are ready to talk about our second map that just went down. It's your host and your two analysts in PUBG Mobile sitting here pretty. Very excited to talk about what just went down in our Miramar map. And so without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at the results, because we had another one that Mezexis played pretty dang well. Couldn't quite take home the chicken dinner. That belonged to my guys over at 19 Glitter.
Hey, I am not mad about it. Okay, 19 Esports continuing to be more aggressive, to have stellar performances in this. A 30-point chicken dinner, 19E. Where was this, though? This is fantastic. 15 kills, and the chicken dinner massive for 19 Esports. But WallStreetBets, another strong performance. The 8 kills, 18 points. This is huge for WallStreetBets and Mezexis. Mezexis is just on a tear right now, playing at a level we've been hoping for. There's not enough good things to say about them. XSET, again, having a much better day today. Back on our top 4 situation, 12 points overall, but this is where things get a little bit spicy here. 5 and 6, both teams that needed to do well, and both teams that did do well. 12 points for Boring Protocol, who was behind Dope Esports, and 8 Dope Esports, and then Panthers and Pro Era rounding out the top 8. But 7, we called it. It was going to be a battle back and forth.
Yes, we did. I mean, it's like Cowboys fighting. And then we got Ghost Gaming right there with 5 points, Knights with 4, the Illuminati with 2, and the Illuminati, you actually need to be careful, because Dope Esports and Boring Protocol right now are currently just outperforming you, which is not alarming. Not just alarming just for UIU. We'll definitely take a look into that. We do have Nova Esports there with 2 points. It's surprising we've been seeing Nova and Ghost Gaming now like very close to each other. Whether if Ghost is in the second page, Nova's in the second page.
Yeah.
If Ghost is in the first page, Nova's in the first page as well. It's very interesting how we're starting to see that between those two teams.
I think everybody's happy about that except for UIU, right? When we see the lower teams come towards the top, that's exciting for viewers. It's great for casters. Production loves it because we have different graphics. But UIU would rather the winners just keep winning, so the points stay the same and they're comfortable. Not quite. 7, you wanted UIU to bite their nails, and I think that's what they're doing so far. They're not here though. Let's take a look at our round MVPs, the players that have been pushing forward the most here. And it's Drago, Acer, and 24 Carrots. Acer, really, really impressive here. 7, talk to me a little bit about Drago. You were really high on him earlier this season.
Yes, sir. I still am. And that was because this man literally put WallStreetBets on his back, and he was just carrying them to the super weekend. And then finally we saw Stevo, Devotion, everybody else starting to step it up, including Baba as well. So it's not just weighing heavy on him, but now he has finally some support. But I mean, so far this tournament, he has been quite an outstanding player for me, and hopefully he continues to have this kind of performances even going into the finals. 24k for him to be able to put up 734 damage as well, more than any of these players that we currently have. It's kind of awful that he was only able to get 2 kills. I would have loved to see more kills out of him, but hey, great performance regardless.
Very, very fun to see him do things here. Like I said, you know, Drago, you were talking about him earlier, finally getting a chance to stand up. WallStreetBets trying to make it towards the finals. So a great look for him individually as well as the team. Pushing into total damage, that's what I want to look at, because we see different teams up on top. We see different numbers here. 19 Esports has continued to be consistent just for today, but it's a nice step in this direction. 7, WallStreetBets here at number 2 as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we saw Mezexis, we already talked about them. We saw one of their players just kind of popping off. Boring Protocol. This was a huge game for Boring Protocol, considering that when we saw the previous overall after game 1, they actually had lost a spot to Dope Esports. And you can see right there, Dope Esports, regardless whether they only got 2 kills, they were still able to secure, if I'm not mistaken, at least some placement points, and I think it was 6 placement points. So overall, these 2 teams are delivering with what I was hoping they would deliver, and kind of making that race tighter. It's not just one team now, it's a bunch of teams that are gonna have to be careful with the Illuminati, as I was mentioning earlier. And then we have Pro Era at the end as well, 4 kills. Like, all of these teams are teams that, and I'm talking about XSET, Pro Era, 19E, WallStreetBets. All of these teams are teams that are probably going to be making it to the finals, but it's kind of time to gear up, right? It's kind of time to just tune up and get ready for those finals,
which we've been seeing teams do. Again, I shouted out 19 over 20 times so far, but Mezexis, also a team that deserves a shout out. They took home the chicken dinner in map number 1, and then map number 2, there was 3 teams left. It coulda, shoulda, woulda. They had that position, but the circle did them dirty and they run out, blah, 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 blah. But Mezexis stepping forward here today, Glitter. Really exciting to watch them, like I said, kind of, or like Seven said, turn up when they need to.
Yeah, I mean, we even heard him Viram saying, you know, where has this Mezexis squad been the entire time? Because just a reminder, if you're wondering why we're even saying that, they didn't play in last Super Weekend. They didn't qualify through to the second Super Weekend after they had a very strong showing the first time around in Super Weekend. So it felt very up and down. But today, I feel like we're back to that first week of Mezexis. What we have here is actually a comparison of averages from yesterday to today, okay? Because something has changed. Look at the average damage difference. Obviously, there's more games played yesterday than we've got so far here today, but this is huge for Mezexis. They are so strong right now. Like you said, they started off the day with a chicken dinner, then they almost got it again in the second match. I mean, 8 kills versus 3.2. Their aggression is better, their teamwork is better, even if this is a squad that isn't going to be first overall at the end of the Super Weekend standings. What we need to keep remembering is that this gameplay is now feeding into our finals. If this is the type of Mezexis that heads into finals, 21.5 average assists versus 9.6. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And to be fair, they even had decent placements yesterday. It's just they're that much better today. If this is what we're going to be getting from these teams moving into finals, then we're going to be talking about a lot more teams than just the battle between Nova and Ghost, than just the giants that we were expecting out of Knights, 19E, XSET. I mean, there are going to be too many teams to talk about at that point.
I mean, you brought up the assists. They more than doubled their average damage and kills from yesterday to today. Honestly, hoping they can keep it up, because good teams are just fun to watch, straight up and down. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bubble. These are the teams that are competing to hit that number 16. Everybody below 16 is going to be left to the wayside as we move into finals. And so everybody vying for position. Yeah, the numbers, it gets a little crazy here. UYU are not here, which is why we're using them to mark the twain, so to speak. And that's where everybody's eyes are at, Seven.
Yeah, currently, just to kind of picture it for the viewers at home, Boring Protocol are actually the teams that are in 16th place. We just kind of put in the other teams, as you were mentioning. Some of them aren't playing, some of them are playing. UYU is kind of the marker for me because they are not playing. The Illuminati can definitely pass them. We just saw WallStreetBets pass them. The battle now, and the reason why I have always said every point matters, is because between Boring Protocol and Dope Esports LLC, it's just 1 point. It's just 1 point, and they will be tied. So any kill matters. And something that I also want to keep in mind to the viewers is currently these 2 teams are averaging enough points that if they continue this kind of performance throughout the day, they will be able to pass UYU. They will be able to pass the Illuminati. So the Illuminati, now this is kind of like a heads up for you. It's like, hey, the teams behind you that you thought you might have a nice lead on, guess what? They're catching up because you guys are not performing the way we expected you to. And now Boring Protocol is having a chance to maybe hunt down the Illuminati. Boring Protocol is having a chance to hunt down UYU. And it's not just them. Now it's Dope Esports LLC too. I'm telling you, this is going to come down to the last game, and I'm all for it. Just 1 point right now separates 16th place and 17th place. Oh, let's go.
I'm with you, man. And so, yeah, let's go. Let's jump right into map number 3, Erangel on the docket. We have Erangel, second time today, and that's where we're going. Farewell to the analysts, and hello to the game.
Thank you so much, F. We're back. We're here. Game number 3, Erangel. And Verum, Mustache Dave, and we now it's not just a story, Dave, about dope and boring protocol. It's maybe also a story about the Illuminati and UIU. One our analysts have been touching on, but it's sort of been like a maybe prediction. You know, maybe not just maybe, because these games that dope and boring protocol have been able to put up, Dave, are setting them on a trajectory to overcome them. It was not maybe one of those teams not making it. It's maybe both of them making it, and one of these other squads getting forced out to join the hit list before them. That changing of the guard, Dave, maybe a little crowded.
1 point right now between the two teams, and what a graphic they had. The hit list and yo there. Disrespect. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, Erangel. It is coming into play. This map is it is 60% of the map pool is Erangel for the Super Weekend. So these teams, they are ready to go. They are aware. They are feeling good to be back on the OG out here to really try to get those points. And we're looking at Boring Protocol. We're looking at Dope Esports LLC. Yeah, we're looking at the Illuminati as well. 3 teams down there at the bottom fighting for that chance to continue to keep that dream of being a pro player in PUBG Mobile alive.
Oh my goodness. I love it. The intensity, Dave. I can feel it through the screen. These players are pouring every ounce of their will into these games, because at the end of the day, this is the culmination of all of the work you've put in, the literal thousands of hours that you have spent playing this game, grinding with your squad to make it here to this point. You've got 3 games left. It's all or nothing. Leave it all on the table. We could talk about it all day, and I certainly plan to, or at least until they kick me out. As we're taking a look at this playing path, pretty friendly, pretty healthy, all things considered. And I wonder what happens if we just get like a nice central circle. Like, what if we just get a not crazy oppressive circle? Because that could mean, Dave, that the teams, if they want to fight early, they could fight early. It's not quite that. They're going to have to move.
Yeah, that would be totally boring. So good thing it's not boring. And talking about boring, well, they got 2 different drop spots on Erangel. They got North George, and they got like the west side, a little north of Primorsk. So that is good. They can flex back and forth. They're definitely comfortable with both positions. The thing that's not good is that, once again, this zone is just so far away from them. And that's kind of the downside of having a drop spot on the edge of this map, because there's a lot of chances that the circle number 1 just wouldn't favor you. It's not going to favor you. So we'll see if Boring Protocol, what will they do? Take a vehicle, maybe wrap all the way north of Nile, pull in right there, bada bing, bada boom, or who knows? Maybe they want to play extra safe, take a boat, stock up on some gas, and go all the way down south and, roll up on top of Military Base Island. It's going to be really curious to pay attention to them. And then Dope, hey, bread and butter all day. They drop Milta, power every single time, all the time. So let's see.
Keep an eye on that. And we'll keep an eye on a potential scrap here between Syndicate and WallStreetBets, who made their way into that final 3 in that last game. Didn't have the most success, but were able to hold on for quite a while. A great test of their teamwork and communication. Pretty split right now, though, Dave, which is something to keep in mind. If one of these teams should get pushed, squad's going to be pretty far away to potentially deal with that, as we're seeing another fight here. This time it's the Panthers, and they don't have a lot to work with. They're kind of... What is it? They're all in one house. Our house. Hey,
they're vibing. They were vibing, and from the sounds of it, they only had some shotguns, some pump action shotguns as well. They were trying to take some shots at BTOWN with the BM driving around their little tiny nice starter home down here. And BTOWN, hey, maybe they're on the hunt. Maybe they're looking for some early fight. Hey, my Tesla. Maybe they're looking for some early fights.
I was just about to compliment Frady's driving for getting them out of there. No, I'm so glad I didn't. Anyway, I like how Legal's just like, forget this. I'm
gonna go get some loot. Yeah, I'm getting some loot. That car is not getting moved. Yeah, definitely totally feel that. I feel that. Frady really low too in the health department. So I'm curious, will BTOWN decide to commit to that push? Or will they just be like, okay, we didn't get you this time. We'll get you next time. The Panthers will get you.
I mean, there's a chance if BTOWN, depending on how they play this bridge. Panthers, we have seen them take the west bridge as well and rotate all the way back and around through farm. Oh, Pan. Okay. Gets it done. That jump is not always the easiest thing in the world to make. Did it quite well. But yeah, this circle, again, we spent a lot of time down here, centered up right on Milta. XSET have got to be ecstatic. Nova as well, playing their traditional 2-2. Have a great time playing in just south of farm on the coast. BTOWN Esports as well. Right down there at the bottom, Dave. They're going to be having a blast here as they get all the time in the world around Milta Power. But Mezexis is also on their flank, and they've been looking so phenomenal today. I'm going to keep saying, Dave, where was this squad? Where do you think this squad's been the last couple weeks?
Warming up. And they're like, hey, fellas, this is our last week to get $1,000 for chicken dinner. And everybody just, put their fists together and it, like the ring, the gauntlet, and it all came together. And now they're here to get the money. And they will get the money. And talking about getting the money, I don't even think Pro Era care about getting the money. Because I got a DM on the break from Pan. And Pan's like, how many kills I got? I want to beat Fishy. So, like, they're trying to go back and forth, dude. Yeah, I'm like, hey, bro, like, win the game, all right? But no. They're pretty safe with qualifying for the North America Finals coming up because they are right ahead of WallStreetBets. So, I guess they have that little internal rivalry going on to see who's the top fragger from the squad. And getting back into this game, though, the Illuminati, they're going to need to be very careful because, yes, they are top 16, but not by many points here.
They are indeed, and they've, again, we've sort of been quiet on them because they've been fairly quiet. We've been focusing on this pitched yo-yo battle down there at the bottom, the back and forth, the up and down. But they're sort of on the cusp of all this. And, looking at some of the points, yeah, they are real close to getting supplanted here. As we're seeing Ghost, Mezexis, crossing paths, ships in the night. Will they end up getting into a scrap here? That's the question. They're pretty much dead center of this next circle. But if this fight goes on too long, Dave, the chance of them getting third party really starts to increase.
24K. We lead peeking, but not behind the tree. So
he was like miming that there was a tree there. You know what I mean? Like, pretend I'm behind a tree. And BTOWN was like, no!
No. Mezexis, we were talking about the stones, the Infinity Gauntlet coming together here, looking for that winner chicken dinner, but with Ghost right in front of him, trying to put a stop to it, it's going to be a challenge.
Oh, and the shots from HH24. Red dot, don't matter, none, lie. Potentially going to be lying in his grave in just a few. Very split from the rest of the team. That off angle, first aid will connect. Had a scrap of HP left to get that done. HH24 maybe overextended. BTOWN looking to go in. Lie trying to position themselves. They can continue to take shots while also using the tree as cover. HH24 almost went down. BTOWN is going to be able to stick the revive over. They're getting pushed by 2. Starlight has been an all-star all day long. Shining bright for the team. Pushes it onto BTOWN. Can't get it done! His teammate's body soaked up some of the bullets. HH24 goes down, but BTOWN stays alive. Tenson with the drop shot. Kino with the bullets. Good swap to the M4. Oh my goodness! Mezexis are on a tear. Ghost Gaming, first team out of the lobby.
Yeah, they lost 2 in the process, but you know what? It doesn't matter because they took out Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming with a nice little point lead on the overalls for the PMGC spot. So that's what I'm talking about. Ghost Gaming getting into these early fights. Yeah, they have a nice cushion, but that's going to open it up for Nova. If Nova get a chicken dinner, that gap's going to be even tighter.
It is indeed. 19 Esports not content with 30 points in the last game, Dave. Not content to just be the third-party kings. They are the ones to take these fights to their opponents. Leon is already down, but Syndicate down to only 1 player left standing. And 19E just looking relentless in this lobby right now.
They're looking good, especially after last game, all their kills. They're definitely going to be feeling good, and I wouldn't be surprised if they get a knock on to anybody. It doesn't matter what team you are. They're going to immediately send it. They're going to immediately try to wipe you out, and that's exactly what's going down right here. And Brain is like, ah, they're coming for me. I think Brain's the last one alive too. So good luck, Brain.
Throws down the molly. Priming the nade. Waiting for the footsteps. Try and bank it off the wall. Not gonna happen. Oh!
I just say good luck.
Oh
just say good
no,
luck.
Dave. That
Caught
was
that.
dirty.
Caught that. Okay, Ogilvy though. Okay, little interesting fight happening over here just west of farm. This is gonna be Lazarus pinned down. Erangel with the flash though. I don't know if that's worth.
Well, I don't think so. G3 able to pick up that one. Glaz comes in the outside trying to find those jump shots. Telly will fall. Vanes will pick that one up. Glaz can finish that one up at any time. Vane the fight, the 1v1 with G3 will be able to get the win. Point blank range. Nicely done. Trying to even this one up as best they can. Picking up those kill points. Glaz is going to go down. It's a 1v2. Vane get up the first aid. They know he's been wounded. They know he's been injured. They've got to push this. Fears is here. Oh, low health on Joey. There's the fight. It's down to a 1v1. Can Fears make this one happen? Great play from Vane. Get every point you can while you can. And what a bloodbath here as Ogilvy and Lazarus go toe to toe. Vane will be able to get the med off. Nade comes through. Great side step. Fears takes one back in return. Wait, Natsuo's still alive? This is a 2v1, Dave. Hang on a second.
Natsuo was in a vehicle, pulled up right in time to get that grenade. Bop right through that window to take out Lazarus. And I got to point out real quick, Ogilvy talking to Glaz, they told me that they changed up their play style here this week in particular to have all 4 squad mates be aggressive. All 4 squad mates look to take that fight and be those frontline gunners. Because a couple weeks ago, it was up to Natsuo. Natsuo was the only frontline gunner, always in frontline, and the other 3 squad mates were just those support players, making sure Natsuo has that room to do what they need to do. But they said, listen, squad, we need some kill points. Placement points, we're good. We're solid. We got that down packed. But now, let's change it up. And that right there, full-blown aggression from the squad, doing exactly what they told me they wanted to work on here. That's what makes me happy at the end of the day. Like, coming into the game with a plan and executing it. Ogilvy did just that.
100%. Natsuo showed up exactly when they were needed. Maybe they could have been there a few seconds sooner. Maybe could have kept one more teammate alive. Again, they were so split from the team. I thought it was a 1v1. But still, Dave, you're absolutely right. Every single player on that team feeling empowered to take the shots they need to take, make the plays they need to make. That's what I want to see coming into our third and final Super Weekend. As this game has been a bloodbath from start to finish. I absolutely love it. This ain't day number 1, week number 1. That's not us just chilling until the 15-minute mark. Dave, we're only at minute 12, and we have 3 teams out of the lobby.
And 2 teams that we need to really pay attention to, Dope Esports and Boring Protocol. Dope Esports, they pushed out of their drop spot, milk the power just a little bit. And remember, Mezexis are going to be a little north in Lumber Mill, but only a duo, so they shouldn't be that big of a threat. Meanwhile, though, Boring Protocol, talking about threats, well, they got Pro Era right next to them who are looking for some kills this game. They got Nova with that soft 2-2 split also next to them. And then the third-party Kings that we just saw a couple moments ago, 19E in the area. So Boring Protocol, not only do they have all those teams around them, the next zone favors Dope. So this is like worst-case scenario right now for Bob.
Oh, this was a hard shift, but potentially the hard shift to end all hard shifts down in towards Milta. These hills are going to be so hotly contested. Dope smiling ear to ear with this one, and Bop is stuck in the middle of all these teams trying to do correct scouting, trying to be smart about this, but it's going to be hard, Dave. I think they're going to probably try and go for a wide wrap, but they are not alone. Pro Era, WallStreetBets, multiple teams have the exact same idea.
Everybody, it looks like they're going to be pulling up right behind 19E, a little ahead of them, just north of farm.
For the southern wrap.
Yeah, if we know Bob, they go for those wide wraps, and they're going to be running into Ogilvy and the Panthers, so they need to be very careful on their pathing here moving forward. Yes, they have 4 alive, but this next circle is going to be tricky.
So many squads are full sending it into Milta, which is going to create a little more space on the western edge, but there are a few compounds here, Dave. Maybe just enough for these teams, these stragglers, the Panthers, 19, BOP, to move their way in. We'll keep an eye on that. This is the teams that I mentioned before. WallStreetBets, Pro Air are rotating up to the north, around Shelter, around Prison, to loop their way back on that side. We'll keep an eye on this, and I have to say, Dave, a very respectful circle number 3 shift. I was expecting a little bit more action here, but teams are doing such a good job of scouting this, making sure they're not running into any compound unprepared.
So it looks like Fate might have recognized that there's some open buildings ahead of them. Now, these current spots are not in the zone, so they might just use this as a leapfrog moment to scout ahead. Farm is going to be clear for the time being, so I like how they're playing nice and slow.
All these teams are. Notice, like, so notice 2 players will pop out of vehicles, ADS, the next compound. Next player will pull up, draw some fire. If that's the case, they should have the ability for those teammates to offer them cover, pull a UE, reset, but just smart leapfrogging. Look at this, Dave. NA's getting better at this. These are not the teams we saw on week number 1. These are not the sloppy full sends. These are smart. These are calculated. These are coordinated. And now basically every single one of these teams has made it into the next circle. Pro Era and 19, the only squads who may take a scrap on the outside of this circle. That was I mean, it's weird that I'm getting so excited about players driving around and not fighting, but yeah, just as a fan of NA, who's going to be sending, how many teams to the world stage, to the GC? That's why I'm excited about it. Go NA, go NA.
Okay, so next circle does kind of favor BOP. Looking ahead, though, the terrain ahead of them, the compounds ahead of them, not the strongest, though. So they might have to utilize vehicles, or they might pull down to the shorelines where you know for a fact, like, there's no teams in the water. So pay close attention to BOP on their rotate and Dope Esports, who I feel like now this zone have a bigger challenge just because of all the teams that are going to be on top of them here.
Yeah, there'll be quite a few teams they're going to have to contend with. Keep an eye on that. We're going to have a city finish basically here, no matter what. Milta very much in play at this point. Fights already breaking out. Nova, I think, on the receiving end of that one, if the kill feed is to be believed. Illuminati also getting involved. Illuminati need to get some points here, Dave. They can't go down this early. They need to get some points here, or else they are going to get passed. They did lose Shifan in all of this, but Nova still absolutely deadly in this situation. Rin with the nade.
Yeah.
The downs are still here. Rin will be able to full reset. Look at the smoke tunnel they laid out for him. And Mango could do nothing about it.
If there was one player from Nova that could definitely get the 1v3, it's Rin. But I believe Rin's squad mates recognizing the push across the street from XSET. So instead of giving Rin that moment to get into that engagement, they immediately called them back to defend this this barn here. As we look around, and a lot of players just looking to find any type of cover here in Milta.
Hugh is looking for it and not finding it. Pro Era opting to not, smart, slow, pushes like we've seen before. They realized they were getting pressured from behind from Dope Esports. They had to just send it, but that nade! Oh, Dave, that nade was huge. Nova Esports in an instant down to 1 player. That second would have gone through the window. That might have been it. Nova Esports hanging on by a thread. Illuminati, you have to push this. You have to go. This is your opportunity. This is your chance to take down one of the strongest teams in the lobby. But we talked about Rin. It comes down to Rin. The nade, the molly, buy space, buy time, back up, reset. Can they find the shots in a 1v4? Backed into the corner.
Roasted. So many mollies right there. The Illuminati getting that double grenade knock, smoking out the pathway between their building and Nova's building. You said it, Envirum. The Illuminati, they need some points, and they heard you. And like, listen, we're going to get these points. And not only are we going to get these points, we're going to take out Nova at that.
Oh, I mean, what a team to take out. Ghost and Nova already out of the lobby. Mango surviving with ANHP. Grave setting themselves up with a smoke, but Illuminati very smartly moving down to this bottom floor. Harder to get those nades in the center part of this barn. Actually a pretty solid structure to defend here. A lot of angles to cover, a lot of windows, but also some decent places to defend. So not a bad spot. There's a reason they fought so hard to take it from Nova versus the building they were in, as the circle is continuing to center up onto Milta. We're going to find out soon just where these teams are going to need to go.
The Illuminati should know exactly what windows to avoid huddling around, because they just got the advantage onto Nova with those grenades. So they're looking to avoid those grenades from BTOWN right now, sharing their next door compound in the zone.
Goodness.
Bop, fingers crossed here this game. Yeah, they had a hard shift a couple circles ago, but right now they are in it to win it. They just need to make sure to take out Carnage, the one-man wrecking ball this game with 2 kills so far. But if they could do that, they're the only team that has any type of terrain and hard cover on the west side right here.
They do it. It's so funny. They were going north, potentially push out Carter. They were preemptively expecting taking down the last member of the team that was there, and then maybe posting a position on that hilltop. The second the circle shifted back below them, they all hit that quick 180, turned right back around, right back to that compound like you talked about, Dave, and now they're doing a 2-2 split. Players up on the high ground to watch the north, 2 players in the compound below. Bop is in a great spot. They just have to hold it, Dave. We saw in the last game they sent it a little bit early, got knocked, couldn't quite defend, maybe not the best position overall, but I said I still liked the idea. I still liked that they went in early, took the spot. Now, the circle has favored them, they have the spot, and they've got all 4 alive. This is their opportunity to shine.
Also, right now they have a soft 2-2 split. I'm not sure I like this. I don't know if Bob, and considering their placement points on leaderboard, if they're a squad to hold it down. So I would like to see them grouped up a little more, especially with the Knights. All 4 members of the Knights just cruising right past you. This could be a missed opportunity, because now the Knights are crashing the compound that the duo from Bop were holding down.
But at the same time, they got split as well. Alucard is the solo. Coops and crew will be able to push on in. Alucard, they needed to either take the fight or not. Now they're coming back to try and sandwich the Knights. They are able to do so. Fame Boys at least. Alucard will come back in, taking a lot of damage from Valak on the flank. It is still a 4v4 situation. Somehow all 4 players able to make it in now. Fame Boys is in the building with them. This is an aggressive posture. I'm not sure if this is what you want to do. A huge misplay. Bop giving up their opportunity to slow this down, get a knock, find the nade. That's what they needed to do. But Dave, Fame Boys goes in way too far.
Yeah, you know, and I'm not knocking the squad. I just don't know if the position they are in on the leaderboard, that 2-2 split was the call, right? They had hard cover in the zone, and the Knights look at the minimap and saying, hey, let's go there. It just happened that Bop were not prepared to defend the crash, and just unlucky, because I really did like their position over here.
The only way they could have made that work, Dave, is if they killed Alucard. They realized 1 player is held back. It's a 2v1. Our teammates can buy space, back up, hold time in the 3v2. They kill Alucard, then they come back in a 4v3. That's the only way they make it work. As the Knights are now pushing around the outside, Coops will play anchor. Nice opening nade there from Kissix. Will look to try and even this out. But again, what do? If you're Valak, if you're Fate, okay. Maybe you still have a chance here, as Dope are on the other side, I should say. They're playing up against XSET now. These are the 2 teams we have to keep our eyes on. Boring Protocol and Dope. Dave, these are the squads. Huge nade coming in from J7.
J7 with the double knock, and that's going to start the push right here. J7 bolted on in through the window. UMP! Did J7 just take out the team by themselves? I think so. My goodness, Dope Esports checked off the list here this game for XSET. Now it's up to Bob to make sure not to get taken out here, so that they could possibly widen that gap on that top 16 leaderboard.
Absolutely massive play from J7. The one-man wrecking crew goes in, finds the nade, finds the shots. Absolutely zero fear. As the Knights are going to loop it back around to the other side of the compound. WallStreetBets is here making this push into Bop even more difficult. They'll say that's okay. We'll take it from the other direction, rotate in on the other side of the circle. But now that XSET has taken down that team, Dave, they own the entire northern portion of this circle. XSET is in a great spot to really just run the show as Fate is forced back. It's a 4v2. A nade needs to come through. Can Chica find the angle? Valak is holding its smokes to there. Alucard with the send. Get the info. Get the run over. We've seen it before. What can they do?
I told you, Alucard is the entry-level dragger, or driver. Sorry, I saw a drag on the kill feed. Entry-level driver. That's exactly what Alucard has to do. And Bollock hiding behind the corner. They knew exactly where they were. 5th place, though. 6 points.
Huge for them to be able to, you know, build that little bit of lead like we talked about before, but even bigger for the Illuminati, who are still in this with 5 kills. Lots of kills for these top teams, Dave. Every single one of them has fought the way in tooth and nail. 13 will be the final total for the Illuminati. Big smiles for them. That's exactly what they needed to do. But I talked about XSET, their 2-2 split, doing so well for them up on the high ground. They will be able to get the opening knock onto Alucard, but look at the amount of smokes that these teams have deployed, Dave. The value of the utility in this game has been off the charts.
4v4, and XSET with a little 2-2. They're going to be holding down both the Panthers and the Knights, taking fights at all fronts right here.
And Alucard drops, making it a 3 for the Knights. We haven't talked about the Panthers a whole lot, Dave, but they have 9 kills. They have been working their way through the city. We've been focusing on the other teams, focusing on Dope and Boring Protocol, just because of the story, just because of what's on the line for them. But the Panthers, they're the protagonists of their own story, as it were, and they have cleared out Milta and done it in style. 9 kills and all 4 left alive, and they're looking to keep adding to that total.
And the Panthers, remember, BTOWN tried to take them out very early on, driving around their compound while they only had a couple shotguns to defend themselves. So for them to be able to continue to survive with all 4 up here and 9 kills, like, that's a huge game for them here.
It is indeed, and I love this position. I mean, I love these shots from Moso. I'm just going to keep talking about it. Moso has been getting involved in so many of these fights, just so much great game sense. And with the circle centering up on the Panthers, right, I mean, they could not ask for more than this, Dave.
Curious, now that the zone doesn't favor XSET, okay, J7 and J both going to be running in tandem behind these smokes, behind the hay bale. Okay, the other 2 squad mates going to be grouping up. So they're looking to concentrate on taking out the Knights first.
They are indeed, but the Panthers, a wall of fire. That concave is absolutely huge. They are pinned down. Jay is just going to try and send it in, go prone in the grass. We'll get ripped right out of that vehicle. Beautiful headshot. The Knights are just gritting their teeth and trying to hold on through all of this. Look at the shots. And I think in the end, the Knights are actually able to do a decent amount of damage there, but the Panthers with 13 kills, staring down 2 members of the Knights. It's Xenox, it's Chico. Dave, what can they do?
Legal, 6 kills so far, looking to get the final blow here on the Knights with a grenade. Xenox, Chico, last one's alive. Oh, avoiding that run over.
Chico still does drop, though. Yeah, UEL looking to finish this one off. They know exactly where Xenox is. The shots ring true. And Dave, just like that, the Panthers able to get themselves the chicken dinner here. Is this another 15-kill game?
15 kills. Legal had 6. Jay with 4. The whole team points across the board here. And I kind of mentioned it, like, they started all the way down there, military base. That's their drop spot. Of course, everybody knows that. BTOWN taking full advantage of that, trying to take them out really early on, not able to do so. And the Panthers just after that, moving from zone to circle, and having a nice compound at the end to just third party the push from XSET to rack up some more kills. 15 there. Look at that damage, almost 2K.
And look at how little healing. I mean, that's just efficient gameplay. Not even 2,000 damage for 15 kills. Dave, they were playing so smart. That's exactly what I like to see here from the Panthers. They played their style. They came in from the edge. They were relentless. They were playing like Panthers. Just, you know, stalking their prey in the night. And at the end of the day, able to rack up another win and another $1,000 in their pocket. But the day is not done yet, Dave. We still have 2 more matches in store for all the fine folks at home. The final 2 matches of the Super Weekend. The final 2 opportunities for teams to win $1,000. So, it means we're going to call it for today. Send it back over to our analysts because we still have 2 more matches in store.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back, folks. We are at the halfway point of our final day of Super Weekend, and I'm excited because we see a lot of different teams kind of stepping up and doing the thing. I'm your host, F. Dot, joined here by our analyst, Seven and Glitter, and I'm very excited again to show you where we have been sitting. And so our match results so far: off the top, the Panthers step forward and they get 30 points. We've seen this a lot. Our top team also brings home a lot of kills here, Seven.
Definitely have. I mean, and these are just popping off performances. They're just not getting the chicken dinner and just a couple kills. They're getting the chicken dinner and matching it with kill points as well, which is really impressive. We also have XSET. I mean, we've been talking about them for a while now. We've been wanting to see some of the flashes of greatness that we saw in Super Weekend 1. It's not up to par to that, but it's at least something, right? It's a different pace here of what we're getting used to seeing from them. And then we also have Knights with 17 points, the Illuminati 13 points. This is huge for the Illuminati because they have Boring Protocol just breathing down their necks. So that's going to be pretty impressive. When we go to the overall, we do have 19 Esports there with 5 points. And I do want to see here the second page because our top two teams, Glitter, once again, Ghost Gaming and Nova Esports are on the second page.
It's just not their day today. But another team that needed to keep up that high average point consistency that's on the second page right now is Dope Esports. This is going to make their journey into nailing down that final spot in our top 16 that much more difficult, especially when we take into consideration the fact that Boring Protocol was on our first page. So middle match of the day just continues to shake things up.
It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Seeing 2 points for Ghost, just insanity when we take a look at what's been happening and what's happening right now. Very, very different stuff. And because we have different stuff, I want to see damage again. I want to see where these teams, if they've just been stealing their kills or if they've been actually doing the work. And so total damage for our second map of Erangel coming at you right here. The Panthers on top, 15 kills, 2K. XSET, though, also bringing the damage, but unfortunately not able to really meet the amount of kills here, Glitter, with only 8.
Yes, but I will take that damage out of XSET. I'll take this performance out of Panthers. First of all, obviously, we got to give love to the Panthers, but XSET, I feel like they are slipping into that quiet consistency role for today, where they're having really solid gameplay, really solid damage, good amount of kills, just not getting that chicken dinner. But this is going to be a good ramp up for finals. I'm going to keep talking about finals because we're almost there, guys. Okay, we're halfway through the day after this, so it's something we're focusing on. Knights doing the exact same thing, Ogilvy doing the exact same thing. There's actually a lot of damage on this chart here so far, and I mean 5 kills apiece for Knights and Ogilvy, but once again, 19 Esports up here with a small, not a small amount, just like a nice chunk of damage, nice chunk of kills. But I think this is where things start to get a little bit crazy, Seven. Illuminati finally having a really solid performance, but right next to Mezexis, who's also been having solid. I mean, I don't even know anymore at this point.
It's just a cowboy shootout, all right? Even the cowboy cows are currently hiding. And then something I wanted to point out with XSET is Polo's actually not their main performer today. I was looking to see if it was going to be the main performer. He is not. It's actually J7. He's currently got 8 kills, 1,300 damage. Polo is putting up a great performance, though. 1,000 damage with 4 kills. I mean, not bad, but it's great to see that they're just not depending on him for them to be able to put up this kind of performance here today.
You've been saying that the entire time, Seven. I got to give you your credit. You've been saying this XSET team is, when Polo is on, they look really good, but that's their problem, is that we haven't seen other people step up. We see another person step up, and all of a sudden XSET looks a whole lot better. rooting for the consistency on that squad. But I want to talk about two other teams that look a whole lot better, Illuminati and Dope Esports. When we take a look at these two squads, they have not really been performing, full stop. They find themselves at the bottom most of the time. But here we are, Seven, and these two teams have absolutely been doing what they need to today in competition. I've been really impressed.
Yeah, I'm really impressed too, and that's why we kind of wanted to compare them, because it might come down to these teams being up against each other, just separating them by 1 point. Anything can happen here, right? But as you can see right there, Dope Esports is currently pretty much out damaging the Illuminati by 563 to 462. But when we go to kills, the Illuminati has actually been able to just put up the most kills, and then the average survival time goes to Dope Esports, which that translates to placement points, which I think it's huge, because any point that you can get here is going to be amazing. The average kills, the average assists too, you can see that going to Dope Esports LLC, and going back to the average placement, you can see there Dope Esports is currently just being able to edge that average placement. So I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, when we go to the overall to see this team's a little bit closer, and I'm really interested to see what Boring Protocol has been able to do, because all of these teams in a way are starting to step it up and are starting to take advantage here, Glitter, of Nova and Ghost really not performing as amazing as we're kind of used to.
Yeah, I mean, Nova and Ghost, they're obviously maintaining that first and second place spots. That gap hasn't really changed that much between the two of them. And pretty much this entire first page, we're only 2 more games left in state. All these people are set. We don't have to worry about our top 8 anymore, okay? You guys are going to be in finals. Great job. But this is... after every single game 7, my eyes instantly go down to 16th place. First of all, UYU has plummeted down the list, okay? They are in 15th place right now, and Boring Protocol is 19 points away from them with 2 games left on the day. If Boring Protocol has 2 mediocre performances, that is a closable gap for them. And then we look down to Dope Esports, and they're only 5 points behind that. It's definitely going to be a little bit harder for Dope Esports here, but this is scary close, and Boring and Dope have just gone back and forth with that 16th place spot.
That's
with 2 matches here, Dope Esports need to step it up in a big way. We saw they were able to kind of do it in the first game today. We saw they were able to at least average 10 points in that game, but it slowed down a little bit, and you can see it starting to take a toll there. You don't want to see that gap too wide when you go into the last game, because the pressure that's going to be on these players, it's going to be absolutely unbelievable. F-Dot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy part, I think, here is the fact that, you know, Dope, yes, they are trailing here by 5 points out of number 16. Boring is here, so that 144 is a moving number. So Dope has to make sure that they compete just as hard as Boring, and hope that Boring stumbles the way Dope did on map number 3 was the one that they fell down a little bit earlier than their performances in 1 and 2. And so we look at 16, that's where our eyes are going to be drilled down. And that's kind of where I want to have the conversation straight up. UYU are the ones kind of holding their breath, but I think Dope are the team right now under the most pressure. Because at the end of the day, UYU have a situation where they're at home, nervous, blah, 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 but their performance actually doesn't come into the conversation. They just have to kind of hope, cross their fingers, put out their crystals, light some incense, and hope that it all works out. Dope are the ones that actually have to go to bat. They're the team that actually have to play. And so, Glitter, I'm going to come to you and ask the question. It's yes or no. Can Dope perform well enough in order to sneak into that top 16?
I think they have the capability to do it. It's about the mental side of things now. I think they might be starting to get a little bit scared after that last performance not panning out the way they would have liked. And then when we head into Sanhok, where things naturally get a little bit crazier, I'm more concerned about them being so scared of losing even more points that they play hyper conservative and it doesn't go well for them.
That's a big point. That was a big point. 7, what about you? This 24 gap from UYU. Technically, they just have to keep up with BP.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what it comes down to, right? With UYU, we kind of chose them because they're just not playing this super weekend. If we're being realistic here, it might come down just between Boring Protocol and Dope Esports. I think, oh man, this is tough for me too, because I kind of had Dope going to the finals. I'm pushing for Dope. You know what? I think UYU is not going to make it. I'm just going to put it out there. kind of want Boring Protocol and Dope Esports to make it, just because they are here. They are able to do whatever they can to put themselves in that position. UYU had that chance, and they weren't even able to make it to this Super Weekend. So I'm pushing for Dope Esports LLC, and I'm also pushing for Boring Protocol.
It'd be super sick. And the next map is the map that anything can happen. We've already seen anything happen. If you've been following the Super Weekends, these logos you are not used to seeing in this position. The Panthers started this season off hot. I know, but it's been a while since we've seen them in that position. And so I'm excited to jump right into Sanhok. So that's what we're gonna do. Me and Glitter and Seven are gonna go take a seat, and you guys are gonna go stand up. It's Hot Jukes and Zute on the mic as we go to Sanhok.
Oh, baby, here we go. Sanhok about to go into the jungle zoo. Bro,
Yeah.
This is the last day, dog. The last day for some squads to try to make it into the finals. It's coming down to the wire here.
Yeah, it's definitely coming down to the wire. We got this Sanhok game, we got one more game after that, and just like the analyst has pointed out, Dope and Bop, they're like neck and neck, 4 points difference, and not just that, UYU, they're sweating a little bit too. I wouldn't be all too comfortable if I was UYU. But let's head into the Sanhok match. Let's see how this one plays out, Hot Jukes.
Let's get it, baby. Here we go. Match number 3, dude. Yeah, UYU, I think they're more than just sweating. I mean, Seven just said that he don't even think that they're going to make it. And to be honest with you, I'm a big fan of all these teams. It's so hard to see some go, but at the end of the day, someone's gotta. And UYU, they are on the chopping block right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so before this first circle even comes out, I'm gonna. This is how I look at it for this Sanhok match in particular. We can both agree, both Boring Protocol and Dope, not the best performing teams, right? So let's just say they don't do well on this Sanhok, the both of them. But without even the first circle popping up, I would put my money more on Bop for this map because they have more areas to loot. And you know what that means? They could get more first aid kits in case of that dire first aid situation coming through. You see Dope right there doing a split loot on the north. That's not a lot. Bop on the west side does have a little bit of contention from WallStreetBets. That is new, so was not factoring that into play. This is going to get very interesting, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, sir, it is. I mean, honestly, I think that if Bop and, Dope have a good game here, then they have a chance. I think if they throw here, I think UIU's safe, in all honesty.
Mm-hmm.
Just because we just seen so much inconsistency. Now with Bop, with this zone, this is a good one for them. I think that this is a good opportunity for them to get those kills. If I were them, I would be staring nothing at the bridge and just trying to make sure Nova doesn't even come close. Either that or run away from them. One or the other.
Also, this circle, this very first circle is another big question mark in regards to who's going to do better, Dope or Bop. Like, this circle could go to that western side. It is pretty heavily on that western side. But a good portion of it is also on the main island of Sanhok. It's like a direct 50-50 right now.
Oh, it's going to be close. It's definitely going to be close. And this is that problem. You just never know. You just never know where it's going to go. So you have to put yourself in a position kind of just getting ready for everything. And with this particular zone, it's kind of tough to do because you got Ogilvy already set up in a really good spot, XSET nearby. There's just going to be players all scattered around that central water line. So Dope are going to be able to control that bridge on the north side. They're going to have to gatekeep Pro Era, Ghost as well. So, I mean, they're in a position where they can gatekeep them, but can they hold the position? That's the question, because you're going up against the best of the best, and it's going to be a tall order. It's going to be a tall order for sure, but at the end of the day, it's an order that you got to put in, and you got to get it done if you want to make it to the finals. No choice.
Dope needs to hope that the circle doesn't go towards the west, because that's going to, like you said, push Ghost into them, and we've seen Ghost cross that bridge without fail so many times, and they've pushed past teams sitting there. In particular, Dope. We've seen Dope getting taken out by Ghost Gaming in that same exact position, and you see it here, just like before. Maybe it was last week, but Ghost on top of that hill, scouting it out. They lay the pressure on Dope. a week ago or so, before one of the Dope members got taken out, they were forced to kind of just make way for Ghost Gaming. They like rotated more north, gave up the bridge control. Ghost got in front of them. Then Dope just had a terrible game after that. But on the opposite side, Boring Protocol also running into potential trouble here on the back of a buggy. Not the safest place to be, and also driving past WallStreetBets. They were getting shot at by the Lazarus team just now, and they're driving straight into the Nova team, rotating in through the bridge.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, this has just got me scratching my head, knowing what you have on the line. You had to have done some research. You have to know that Nova are going to be crossing that bridge from Ruins. I mean, they let us know pretty much after the first Sanhok that we played in this tournament. So, Bob, I mean, I think with so much they have at risk, there's no way they could have made such a simple mistake. So they have to know something we don't.
Well, I mean, they're adjusting. They didn't. Nova's just rotating by. They like to take that compound midway point on the hill, right? It just kind of worried me when I saw them driving down towards the bridge area, and Nova was just driving straight up the same way. And oh my god, I think this is Bob scrambling for loot right now. They have been going in circles back and forth. They're trying to get a rotation in. They realize they're too slow. Now they're just like, okay, maybe we could go back, maybe loot up some more med kits or something. And now they're just running right back into WallStreetBets. And WallStreetBets, they got nothing to lose. If anything, they just have more to prove. Because this is a team that we didn't expect to do so well, but they've been doing better and better every week. So if anything, WallStreetBets might be looking to take a fight.
Dope.
Boring Protocol, I don't think they want that.
You see a battle right now between Dope and Ghost in the kill feed, and I think you're totally right as far as bot goes. You can see right now Kisix, no helmet, no vest. They are indeed looking for loot, but they're looking for it in all the wrong places. Kisix is going to have to hit something on the off angle because look at this. We're starting to see WallStreetBets onto them, but I can't stop looking at the kill feed. Look what's happening between Dope. Spec actually gets the first kill onto Dope Esports. Oh, this is just the worst thing. Baba, so many things to track right now. Too many teams to cover. But we're going to watch Bob try to hold down WallStreetBets. Fate with the nice shots gets one knock. Trade's going to have to catch Baba here, and he does. Ooh. And he's going to pick both of these kills and get this res.
I think that the fight's won. The fight's pretty much won at that point. Fate got both of the front players at it. Well, I mean, unless if Stevo pushes really hard. And they do have cover fire. You see them trying to support that. Stevo did get tagged up a little bit.
Oh,
but Fate's got to win that. Fate didn't get the revive off in time either. Can't blame him. He knew he had to take that fight. And I think I called it a little bit too early. It looks like Bob will be losing 2 players. And Dope on the other side. We didn't get to see what happened. But from what I can tell, Dope is down to just 2 members. And the same exact thing with Bob. They're down to 2 members as well. Oh my God, Hot Jukes. It's like when your tournament life is on the line, both Bob and Dope, and this is how you're playing into the second to the last match of the day. It's just I don't know, Hot Jukes. I don't know. I didn't expect both teams to do so poorly at the beginning of this Sanhok match.
I don't understand. Period. Like I think that was a mistake from Bob. I know you said that you kind of gave him that middle ground, but I think that was a complete throw. The fact that he didn't go for that thirst. If he would have thirsted that second player, not only do you get those 2 points, but you eliminate that player from giving instructions to the rest of the team to come and just full send on you. They knew exactly where he was because of that.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was just such a shocker, especially with how many points you need to not go for that thirst. I think they just dropped the ball. Just the pressure. Just get into it.
I agree. And while we're just harping on these 2 teams, I mean, I'm sorry, but I got to call it.
We
like
have
it
to.
Is. I think Dope dropped the ball even harder. As far as Bop goes, I think WallStreetBets kind of dropping in that area threw them off, maybe just slightly a little bit, and then they ran to Lazarus, and Nova came in. Like, they should know these teams are rotating to these positions, sure. But they had 3 different teams to kind of juggle in the midst of that chaos. Dope, on the other hand, it's just Ghost Gaming. And Ghost Gaming, you can read them like a book. Just watch their VODs. They do the same thing over and over.
Over and over.
And you decide to sit in front of Ghost Gaming on that circle and try and stop them and then fail miserably. Like, I've seen Dope lose that same exact fight last week or something like that. So it blows my mind. It just absolutely blows my mind.
Well, it looks like, I'll tell you what, it may blow your mind, but UYU and their fans are screaming right now. They are
they're
like,
happy.
they're saying,
They're
"Let's go, Ghost!" They wear their Ghost shirts to try and hopefully make their team hang on here. But man, Dope and Bob just not having pretty much the worst start of any team in this lobby, and they
Did
happen to be
anyone
the
else
two
die
teams.
on
No, I
that
don't think so.
beside
And
those
they
two
need the points the
teams?
most. Yeah, it's so unfortunate.
Oh man. Oh.
And you know,
man.
they're both looking at the kill feed and they're just like, man. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just like,
Yeah.
come on.
It's like, well, at least they're dying too, I guess. You know, like keep it interesting. Oh, I mean,
Bob's
good thing there's
happy.
one. Good thing there's one more game after this, right? Like they're both starting off very poorly, so like maybe it all comes down to the last game. Remember, there's only like a 4-point difference between them. Boring Protocol did manage to get one Thurston. They could have got that second one, like you were talking about, but that's another point lead, so they're like up about maybe 5 points now. So. With that circle shift, though, Dope kind of is a little bit more favored, but they're down to 2, and one of them is knocked. So
Down to
Dope.
1.
really just down to 1 now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's over. I think that just may be the nail in the coffin for Dope. Unless a miracle happens, who knows? But after just seeing this kind of mistakes, especially like you mentioned, I mean, you look at Ghost, you look at their VODs, you look at the circle, you should have a good clue of what's about to happen. And it just looks like both teams tried to still do the same thing that just hasn't been working this entire tournament. And to be honest, if you don't have that ability to adapt, you're just not going to make it far. And I think we're seeing a result of that.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Meanwhile, so let's talk about that circle shift. The circle shifted back towards the east. Both islands are still in play, but now it's like 60-70% favoring the main island on the eastern side. And Ghost Gaming currently pretty much center circle. They push Dope out of that position. And like I said, if you're anywhere close to center and you know Ghost is coming your way and your tournament life is on the line, maybe you should just back away, give up that nice position, and just go play somewhere else, because you don't need a chicken dinner. You just need some points to catch up to the team right in front of you. And you don't want to contest Ghost Gaming.
Not at all. And you can just see them set up pretty, waiting for some more victims to try to cross that bridge. It looks like we're going to see Syndicate get really close. And look at them already beat up. Ghost just picking up the kills. And they are dead center in this map. So they are set up very pretty. It looks like the Knights of 19E are getting into it. You can see that in the kill feed. Carnage getting knocked. You know, he's screaming, "I'm safe," at the top of his lungs. Can 19E save him?
I think so. Knights are actually in boot camp right now, so they kind of just filled into where 19E started. 19E looted boot camp, of course, moved up a little bit north of that boot camp hill with the circle kind of, you know, gravitating towards the north side naturally. The Knights also move up north, so they just filled each other's positions. Meanwhile, Boring Protocol, they got the very edge of zone on the northwest, and they are not moving anywhere. I can't blame them. If anything, I think they're waiting for the blue to close in so they can run back into the blue and maybe pick up some scrap loot. Like I said, pick up some more med kits because they're down to 2, not much to work with.
They just have to really, I mean, I think the med kit strat is really their only saving grace here. Like if they're able to get lucky and just find a whole bunch, stay in a corner and just heal up like crazy, maybe they can get lucky and get like a top 3 finish. Even then, I don't think that that's a comfortable amount of points, but still, that's what you have to really hope for with what you have. Got to pull out all the stops, any strategy you can to win. Next circle about to go up. Zute, where's it going?
On to Ghost Gaming, just because, you know, it's a
Ghost.
thing. It's a thing.
It is a thing.
We'll see.
Set her up. We're about to find out. Illuminati are really late to the circle shift. Land's going to be pushing up front. Next circle does go on to Ghost. Yep. Nice dead center as well.
Nice circle. Nice circle for multiple teams, right? Knights, 19E, Ghost Gaming. I would even argue like the Panthers and Mezexis coming in on that side. They don't have to worry about crossing that bridge anymore unless, you know, we see that hard shift to the west side. And yeah, Nova's going to go back down into the blue zone. I love that rotation. That's a good rotation. They realize, yo, we can't take any of the bridges that go into zone, but we could take the bridge that goes into the blue zone and then come in from the other side. So that's exactly what they're going to do.
Beautifully done. Beautifully executed. Yeah, they're going to go ahead straight just on that bridge next to boot camp. And they should be able to get there relatively safe. WallStreetBets are hopping in their vehicles. They're going to be full sending it. And meanwhile, Bop, I think, just in the back lines, just grabbing all the med kits that they possibly can, handing them off to one player. And that's what I'm going to assume they're doing, because honestly, that's going to be their best strategy right now.
How much can they get, though? Because they have WallStreetBets land and loot everything up. And then they also, have the Nova team come in, stop their looting towards the south side. Lazarus looted up in Hot 10. And you know what's the worst thing when you're playing comp? Trying to loot in places where other teams have looted. Because it's the worst. You like run into a building, the doors are closed. You're like, oh, nice, this isn't looted. No, it is looted. Like at some point, you see the gun is there, missing the ammo, and you're just like, oh man, I'm wasting my time here. And then you don't know. Yeah, you don't know which other buildings have been looted or not looted, and it's terrible for scrap loot.
Dude, your eyes just close in pain the second you just see the gun gone. And it is a tease. It is a tease. And you're just hunting and hoping, please let there be a first aid. Please, or sometimes in Miramar, right? Please let there be a gas can. And when it's just not there, oh, man, it hurts to see. 19E's is still going to be poking some shots over here on BTOWN, letting people know, hey, we got this hill. Don't come near us. But I think that we're going to see a stalemate here. What we really need to be looking at is, yep, right on these rotational areas. You're going to see Illuminati finally making it into the circle. Looking down onto the Panthers. They definitely do have the high ground. Right now they should be just doing nothing but talking to each other, setting up,
Nova.
getting ready to go. Oh, yeah.
Nova's right behind him. Nova's coming in right behind. Nova's about to get revenge on them maybe from the game just before Illuminati pushed in and took them out. You can see Nova in the background. I think Nova is just trying to find a position, and doesn't look like they're willing to take the fights. Yeah, Nova's found another spot that's in zone, so they're not going to contest the Illuminati here for that position right now. And something to take a quick note of, the Knights are kind of in boot camp. They have 3 players at the warehouses, and one of them's kind of trapped back with the rest of BTOWN. But BTOWN has no idea there's a Knights player right underneath them.
No clue indeed. You see Ogilvy completely split up, 4-man split, getting ready to possibly gatekeep WallStreetBets at the same time, having to have a strategy on moving into the boot camp island.
Oh.
And it's a boot camp finish, ladies and gentlemen, to finish it off. I mean, hey, what could you ask for more? Ogilvy, XSET, all these teams have to cross the water, and they only have a few seconds to do it. This is going to be a tough rotation. Casper needs to try to pick up some kills here, and he's got no first aids. None.
He needs to turn on like level 100 fishing skills right here. Let's see if he can fish maybe just 1 kill. It's going to be tough though. Like all of Lazarus pretty much full HP. He did tag down Fearsome, put some shots in, did not connect in time. Joey and G3 going to be swimming his way in. And then the blue zone is right behind him, and it's closing in 10 seconds. Like I said, no meds at all. I think Boring Protocol at least has some meds, so maybe Boring Protocol can pick. Oh, wait.
Oh, there you go.
Kill.
Got one.
Oh, there we go. We missed that one.
Well, that's one, but it ain't going to be enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
You need way more than one. Dope. Well, can he make something magical happen? We'll have to see a little bit. Honestly, doesn't look very likely. Getting beat up to the blue zone. He's going to have to full send it all out. No first aids, nothing.
Yeah, he has a car, though. He has a vehicle. That's his one saving grace. Maybe he'll get a good rotation. And meanwhile, we got this circle shift coming out. Teams are moving in. Ghost Gaming has rotated down onto this hilltop. And surprisingly, it's very clear. 19E already left that position, giving Ghost an entryway in. But 19 Esports, they're dead center. They're not worried. Syndicate, however, need to be worried now that Ghost Gaming is right behind them.
Oh, they're coming. You can see already them applying pressure. Also thinking about having to clear their backs as well, just in case. Love to see this little split up for Ghost. Controlling this hill very well. It doesn't look like any team is even looking in this direction right now. But Pro Era, they're about to run into the Panthers on the eastern side. Lazarus, Dope, Ogilvy, all swimming across. I mean, this boot camp shift has just been devastating for these teams.
It was at 50-50. We saw it in the very first circle. Could go to either island side. It threw Nova in for a loop, but Nova's such an experienced team. They're chilling right now in the south side.
Oh, the nade!
Wow. Siga coming in huge. And it was actually Hugh with the pre-nade onto the doorway. Don't know if that was intended, but it worked out perfectly. The Panthers down to just 1 player. Pro Era looking very strong here.
Oh, beautiful Molotov, and he's looking down at it. but it looks like he is going to make it away just in time. Pro Era's got the Panthers on the ropes here. As long as they don't make a mistake, they should absolutely have it against the Panthers. The good shots. Oh, and look at that, getting tagged from the back. Is Spec. Should be easy coming, but they're having a little trouble. Finish him off here.
They're about to cage the Panthers real soon. They're just making sure they don't get any players knocked and thirsted. It happens so often on Sanhok when you get a little bit too overly aggressive and the player gets knocked, and then obviously the Panthers last up goes for that hard thirst, right? There's that quick peek, get the info, use some more utility. I don't mind it, like just make it quick because zone is closing. Ghost Gaming is about to start rotating down, and that should be the end of it. There we go. Pro Era taking out the Panthers. Very well done. And the circle has shifted into boot camp. Like, just dead into boot camp now.
Oh, Polo getting hit. Oh, double Molotov. No! Gets burnt up twice. And XSET does go down to Ogilvy. Great play from Ogilvy, having to make it happen. Oh, and they're pushing in. Catching Syndicate. Atsuo running into the blue zone. Trying to make it in by the skin of his teeth. He has to jump and bakes it. But can he make it across this street? Doesn't look likely. Salty catching him.
That's always the scariest cross in all of competitive. When you get that boot camp circle and you got to run on the road into boot camp and you see so many windows, so many buildings, it's just like somebody's going to shoot me. Same thing for Pro Era. They're trying to run their way in towards boot camp, and it's 19 Esports hard gatekeeping them out. Mezexis did make it in though. Not all the way into zone. I think they do have some safe little position in that circle, in that mini map. And with that next shift, though, they got to get going. Once again, Boring Protocol.
Easy kills.
Has made it in. And Pan from the blue zone. I think that's 2 kills right there.
Yeah, but couldn't get the finish. That's unfortunate for him. You can see there goes Pro Era eliminated. 19E going to start throwing some nades. They don't have to worry about Mezexis. Pan did the work for them. Right now, they're just trying to be able to confirm those points. I think they do realize it. They heard the nade, they saw the knocks. And after that thirst, not able to get the finishes on them. So you can tell they
kills at least.
Yeah, it's going to take him to the bank there. Nova still alive. 4 up, have been kind of quiet, just sneakily getting into the circle off that rotation. But man, they're just showing they're just flexing right now. That rotation was so sick, and they're going to make it into the circle just fine. Nova's playing for some serious points here.
Yeah, Ghost Gaming also made it into zone. Nova still has to try and make their rotation in. Looks like not as successful as Ghost. And Ghost Gaming is so good. They just kind of poof their way into boot camp. We don't look at them for a second, and they make their way in. Just phenomenal rotations. 19 Esports clearing out the Nova team. So that is Nova out. Ghost Gaming can continue to try and catch up to the Nova Esports team in terms of points. And yeah, with those kill points, 6 kills right now, Ghost Gaming with 3 up. They may as well be a 4-man team because whenever they lose one player, they still play like a 4-man team, just as deadly.
Oh, they don't want to group up like a 4-man team though. One nade that could definitely cause a lot of havoc for them. And look at it, that's exactly what happened. Ghost getting eliminated by that use of utility. WallStreetBets Steve-O is still alive, not for long though. 19E catching him in the ear. 19E are just timing this so perfectly. 7 kills so far. And I'll tell you what, Acer and Leon as a duo, force to be reckoned with. Bop's still alive. Bop!
Yeah.
Boring Protocol.
Top 4.
Alec.
You called it. They could make top 3 with meds, but actually, I don't even think they medded. They just snuck their way into the zone. And surprisingly, the zone's favored them. And Valak, he's in that next circle. So Alucard, he's a solo player, not in the circle. So Valak could potentially get a top 3 position here. 19 Esports also not in zone. Valak could potentially get top 2 even.
He's gaming. He's gaming. He knows what's on the line. He's got to get it done for Boring Protocol. 19E, throw in some utility up into those windows. Gonna start applying the pressure. Here comes the blue zone. This is circle number 7, ladies and gentlemen. You don't even want to touch Papa Blue right now, because he'll punish you. Acer with the nice cooked nades. Doesn't look like, is he gonna be cooked enough? He should catch Grave if he times it. Oh, actually almost gets caught himself. Actually, the nice trade. Leon on his own, and Valak pops out. Oh, he's got the MG3. He's got the MG3.
Oh, don't go for the reload. There's so many kills to be had right there. Just keep spraying the smoke. I think he got one at least. And yeah, he got that MG3. No one's messing with him inside that building. And 19 Esports, they're pretty much done. They're still in the game only because Sam is medding way deep out in the blue here. 13 first aid kits. That might actually out-survive Valak, but the Knights go out, so Valak secures a top 3 position. He's got 4 first aid kits left. I think 19 Esports might just get that second place. And I mean, BTOWN, let's not forget, these are $1,000 chicken dinners on the line here, Hot Jukes.
Big money to be had, and BTOWN are going to be the team most likely to get it. Sam just still healing up in the blue. Valak with the MG3, though. He's got the squad wiper. You could never underestimate this gun. Oh, just peeks a little too long. BTOWN shut that down real quick. It's all BTOWN. $1,000 in the bank. Sam saying, you know what? I ain't risking it, baby. I'm going to hit every single one of these first aids.
He's got
and make
9
sure
left.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while because this man, he ain't gonna miss that first aid button. I guarantee you.
You know what's crazy? You could probably loot like half of. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, thank you, Sam. I was gonna say you can loot half of the Sanhok map and not have as much medkits as 19E did, because you know where 19E loots? Boot camp. That's where all the stacked loot is, and there's a reason why they want to drop there. But BTOWN, all right, BTOWN on Sanhok. Wasn't really expecting that one, but $1,000 chicken dinner, that must be feeling good for BTOWN.
Take it to the bank, baby. Let's take a look at the winner chicken dinner graphic we got right here. BTOWN, 1,300 damage, 8 kills, and a great finish right there. And and $1,000. Don't forget that, ladies and gentlemen. Big money to be had and won. So, I mean, hey, a great performance in them. They timed it just perfectly. But at the end of the day, it's all about Bop and Dope. Dope couldn't get it done, but Valak got 10 placement points right there and some kills. So a great ending to a bad start from Bop. So still getting it done regardless. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, it looked like both teams were just gonna go out, not get any points, but somehow, some way, you know, top 3, starting from a 2-man on the edge of circle, hard shifted away with no meds. I mean, that's one way to do it. Not the way I would like to prefer, you know, this Bop team heading into potentially Americas, but maybe they'll shape up if they do end up qualifying into not Americans. They're just trying to get to the finals right now still.
That's right. I was about to say, I mean, that is a hopeful call right there. But I'll tell you what, I mean, you got to make it to the finals first, right? So if they can go ahead and at least make it here, then of course, you know, hopefully we'll see like a whole new Americas team coming up, a whole new Bop team coming when we play Americas coming up ahead. But we still got one last game, everybody. It's about to come up here shortly, Zute. It's coming up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Dope. Do you think Dope could do it? I mean, honestly.
I'm going to go with no. And I mean, hell no. I'm sorry, Dope. I love you, dude. But it's not looking good. It's not looking good. But you know what is looking good, Zute? Huh?
Yeah, what's that?
PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crates that are on sale right now. Guys, go into the game. Go to the store. Get you some crates so you can look just like the players. Guys, we got one more match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
She's a hat maker. Welcome back, folks. Here we are at our own stage. Map number 4 in the pocket, and we have map number 5 on the docket. I'm your host, F. Joined here by my friends. You know them. And this was a cool Sanhok. A lot of different teams stepped up. 19E makes it to number 2. But you know who's number 1? It's OnePlus. They are one of the finest handset makers in the industry with stuff made specifically for gamers. Hyper touch technology, 120 hertz display rate, and all of the cool things you need to find yourself towards the top. So again, the OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are your best shot to find yourself climbing the leaderboards. Shout outs to our friends over at OnePlus. And so again, as I get excited about 19E kind of stepping up and making it happen, as I said, they do fall down second place here. Glitter, why don't you walk us through our 4th map's results?
I mean, it's Sanhok. So are we surprised that things were a little bit crazy? I know I'm not, but BTOWN Esports gets another $1,000 in their pockets at the end of the day. 19 Esports yet again with another strong game. This is looking very, very good for them going into finals, but Boring Protocol, one of those teams we've been keeping our eyes on. 12 points this round. This is going to be massive when it comes to trying to secure their spot in our top 16 and then moving on down the list. WallStreetBets able to get some more points. Ghost Gaming at 10 points. I think this is the first time we don't see Ghost Gaming and Nova on the same page.
It is. And guess what? Ghost Gaming was able to take advantage of that because now Nova ended up on the second page and they ended up with 3 points. We do have the Panthers there with 3 points. Mezexis too, kind of being able to fall off finally of the high that we're kind of running into with 4 points. And then we go down even more. And then we have the Illuminati there with 1 point and Dope Esports LLC with 1 point. I'll tell you what, a lot of UYU fans watching that right there are going to be happy because again, it's going to make it even more challenging for the final game. And I still think it's going to come down to the final game. Nonetheless, though, I'm pretty sure UYU manager celebrating. Happy birthday, Courtney. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I'm laughing at old man 7 over here. I'll tell you what. Breaking it down. 7 didn't like that joke. I did, though.
I got to put on my glasses.
Strong teams coming out. We're having a lot of fun here, and I want to show you who's having the most fun on our maps. Our round MVP coming at you right here. We've seen some different names pop up. A lot of pro era teammates kind of making their mark here, and so Jat, Leon, and Spec. I'll tell you right now, these are familiar names. We're used to seeing Spec and Leon here. You know what? Also, kind of Jat 7.
Yeah, and this is a player that we've been talking about, BTOWN. I mean, for the longest time when it comes to this tournament, that's a player that's usually able to kind of clutch it up for BTOWN there. For him to be able to put up 583 damage, 4 kills, great stuff. And another one that, in a way, I'm very happy to see here again is Spec. Spec had an amazing day yesterday, and so far at the start of today, he was leading his team when it came to damage. He was leading the team when it came to kills as well. So very pleasant surprise here seeing Spec with 588 damage and 3 kills. And Glitter, Leon. I know we haven't seen Leon in a while, but guess what? For him to be able to put up 4 kills, it's great for 19 Esports.
Yeah, 19 Esports in general is finally back in that first Super Weekend groove we saw them have. So they figured it out heading into finals. I'm going to keep saying it. We've got one more game on the day and everything then rolls into that. So, but again, Spec up on the round MVP, but we also saw him yesterday as the overall MVP. So was that yesterday? It was yesterday, right?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah. So another player that's just been having a fantastic performance.
And what's crazy is Ghosts haven't even been like numero uno today. They've been playing all right, kind of slopping it down sometimes. And Spec's like, dude, I'm going to do it myself. It's no big deal, right? So shout out to Spec and the boys getting up there on our round MVP. But take a look at total damage here. I'm expecting to see 19 Esports way up that there on the top. I mean, we saw 500 out of Spec by himself. Bang, that's where it is. 900 from the rest of the squad here, Glitter, and a whole bunch of other familiar faces.
I actually love how even the damage is, given, you know, the fact that it's Sanhok. 1,500 damage for 19 Esports, 1,400 for Ghost, 1,400 for BTOWN, 12 to 1,300 for Syndicate. But Syndicate, a name we haven't even really gotten to talk about a lot today. 7 kills for them, lots of points on the board. Nice performance for them. But one thing that I want to point out is all the way down at the bottom is Boring Protocol. Only 2 kills and 700 damage, yet we saw them with a lot of placement points. Valak, okay, we got to give a little bit of love there because he stayed alive for as long as humanly possible, avoided even having to do heal strats, was able to continue rotating into a safe spot in the zone to get those points for Boring Protocol, and that was massive for Boring Protocol overall, 7.
It was. Fate. We got to give a shout out to Fate as well. He's been able to put up 6 kills for that team, 1,000 damage as well. This is a team that when I talk about having their fate in their hands, they're taking it and running with it. They're making sure they show up here, and they were able to, as Glitter said, only 2 kill points, but the placement points is what really made up for them right there.
Well, Fate and the squad have absolutely put their best foot forward. We saw our round MVPs. Now, let's highlight some players with respect to top 5 fraggers. I really want to see where these names are. Coops and Polo, no surprise. Ren, Tensa, and Z. Yeah, I mean, these are 7. These are the guys we're just used to seeing up here.
This makes me happy, man. This makes me so happy. First of all, let me start with Coops. I mean, I saw a video before this tournament even started where Coops literally looked at the camera like Thanos and he said, I'm ready to dominate again. And guess what? He's currently doing it. 136 kills. That's 136 points throughout the whole. That's just insane. 81 kills also on the Super Weekends. He's currently leading everybody on the Super Weekends. And then we go to Polo. Polo, it's in a way running from that major first Super Weekend that he had. He has had some consistent performances here and there, but he hasn't had that pop-off, which is honestly what I would like to see because it's going to make it even closer. And then you have, in a way, Ren, which out of nowhere, he just decides to show up and start dropping 20 bombs a day, which is absolutely unheard of for Ren. So overall, the variety of players that I'm seeing here, Ren has 79 Super Weekend kills, 123 total kills for the tournament. And then we go to Tensa, even though today, at least at the start of the day, Tensa wasn't leading for this Super Weekend Ghost Gaming in regards to kills. He's just that good. He's able to keep up a good performance. He's able to be just very consistent, and he's actually one of my favorite players to watch. And then when you talk about consistency, I mean, we can look at Xenox right there. 50 league play kills, 50 Super Weekend kills, 100 total. It's good to see Xenox is now finally starting to adjust here tonight, and this is kind of what I expected to see out of Nice 2 for them to end up with 2 big player names here in regards to Xenox and Coops. And this is even scarier because we're getting into that final shape, right? We're getting into just Xenox being comfortable with himself. And if I remember right from season 1, Xenox was saying, as soon as I get comfortable, I'm able to just play more freely. I'm able to play the way I want to. And that is scary for a lot of teams.
It really is. I mean, that's when you really got to start checking and taking a look at every single team, taking inventory and seeing where everything's at. Well, between the MVPs and the top fraggers, you probably saw one of your favorite players up there. If not, let us know who your favorite player is. Find us on Twitter or Facebook or even just in the stream chat. Use the hashtag PMPL and put your feelings out there, who your favorite player is, maybe favorite team, or who you're just rooting for in general to find themselves in the finals. And that will put you on our radar and you will join our conversation. For now, our conversation comes to a close as we get excited to sit down for our 5th and final map. We're going back to Erangel, and so for now, I say goodbye to my analysts in just a moment. 22:20 EDT. Time is now. Erangel is coming up, and we will see who shows up and who shuts up as we head out to our 5th map. So again, thank you so much for hanging out. We've got one more for you guys, and it's coming right about now.
Time is now indeed, F-Dot, bro. Last game of the regular league play, bro. I cannot believe we're in the last game here. And the time has flown. So much has happened. And if Dope doesn't pull off a miracle here, they're going home, dude. And every single time, Zute, we've seen just crazy shenanigans in the last game, dude. I am so stoked for this one.
I mean, yeah, that's one reason I love competitive. Miracle runs do happen from time to time, though. And if I'm being honest, I don't think, like you said, I don't think Dope's going to be able to pull it off. Who knows, though? But then again, Bop wasn't supposed to get a third-place finish with that Sanhok start they had. So it's like, you know, anything could honestly happen still. So, you know, fingers crossed for, and I wish the best of luck to Dope.
Hey, I mean, you got to give it to them, right? You got to give it to them. If you're a fan of Dope Esports LLC, of course, spam it in the chat right now. They need all the positive energy that they can because this last game is going to be just straight chaos from start to finish. It ain't going to be like any game that we have seen so far in this tournament. That is a fact.
I gotta agree with you right there, Hot Jukes. And on the flip side, right? Like on the flip side, we're talking about Dope and Bop a whole lot. On the flip side, going into the finals, this is the last match. After this, top 16 qualifies into the PMPL North America finals. On the flip side, there is Ghost Gaming and Nova that's gonna keep continuing trying to battle out for the PMGC points. Now, a quick reminder for everyone. Once we get into the PMPL NA finals, when that ends, that is it for PMGC qualifications. And if you don't make it there, you got to get a certain amount on the top end to get into the PMPL Americas. And then from there, you can try to make it into the PMGC. But that's where we're all headed. We're headed into the PMGC. But can Dope even head into the PMPL NA finals? That's the big question that we're looking at right now.
I'll tell you what. It ain't going to happen if they play like the way they played last game. They're going to have to do something big. They have to do something different. They have to adapt. And for me, I'm all about that clutch factor, dude. I love it so much. I think that is the most important thing to have in this entire game. The ability to just, the last game, show up big and get it done. Dope haven't been able to do it before, so it's, I mean, we got to just look at the data. But at the same time, if they do it here and now and pull out this miracle, I'm a Dope fan all the way in the finals.
Are you gonna get the Dope LLC shirt if they pull it off?
The big, bro, the big L, and C are gonna be right here, dude. But I'll tell you what, if they don't do it this game, it ain't gonna be nothing but just a big L.
Oh yeah, just two L's, just double L's right there, and no C's, no corporation. Because after, if they don't make it, that corporation is dissolved, Hot Jukes. It is gone. It is out of here. We're not seeing them until maybe, next year when PMCO rolls around again. But let's not stall any longer. I'm sure the players, the viewers,
let's go.
They want to see what's going to happen. They want to see, is Dope going to make it or is Bop going to make it? And I think by now it's safe to say UIU is chilling, okay? Like maybe they're sweating just a little bit. But UIU after that last match, I think they could breathe a sigh of relief. So let's get going, Hot Jukes. We're into Erangel. We're on the plane. Let's go, Dope.
I'll tell you what, UIU Courtney's wrists are on fire right now from just doing cartwheels nonstop after that last game because oh man, I tell you what, UIU is hype. There's honestly nothing worse than just for some reason not making it into a super weekend and just having to just watch and sit while you not only see other teams pass you up on the leaderboards and possibly knock you out completely, but also watching them get $1,000 every game, and you just can't have a taste of it, But now
that's true too.
It's within the grasp. It's within the grasp for UIU. Dope. That's a reach. That is a heck of a reach, But I've seen some people with some long arms. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I've seen you, like when we went to dinner, and I put a steak on the table, dude, you reach.
Oh yeah. Maybe that's what we need to do. We need to dangle some more chicken dinners in front of Dope. Well, I mean, there's only one left. There's only one chicken dinner left for them to get. And technically there's more if they get this one and they pass Bop. But I mean, this is a lot of what ifs, Hot Jukes. And back on back to what you were saying about doing cartwheels. Is that what you do when you get excited? Do you just bust out a bunch of cartwheels, or is that
All day long, dude. All day long. I'm nimble. You know, I
Okay.
move quick.
All right, let's take a look at Dope and Bop, though. You see it on the map. They're dropping opposite ends. Both teams not contested, so good start. They will get to loot up, do their regular start, and then also both teams nowhere near that first circle that pops up, right? So I would say that first circle, Dope and Bop both with even ground, with even footing. Doesn't, really give either one an advantage.
Yeah, it's just pretty fair, pretty even. But that's Erangel and Hole, right? Like, this is the map where I think it is just the most even above all. So they're just going to have to do it. But I think that, in all honesty, if I was Dope, and if I was their coach, right, or if I was their IGL, I'd be like, yo, we're full sending everybody. We have no choice. Because all the kills are going to be gone. Because they need a crazy performance here, if I'm not wrong.
That's true. But, okay. I mean, it's just one of those situations where you can never really say for sure, what they should do. But whatever they do,
I think so.
It's got to be crazy. It's got to be big. And they, we've seen Ghosts, not full send anything. And then at the end of the game, hey, they got 15 kill chicken dinner. But that's Ghost Gaming. They're a different breed. So we can't really compare Dope to Ghost. And meanwhile, we do have some fights already breaking out. 19 Esports. Just Sam left. 2 first aids, no gun, and 5 bandages. So 19 Esports looking like they want to just rest up for the finals, And they're like, Sam, you got this. My buddy and I, we're gonna go chill. You got this, bro.
Yeah, we're chilling. We're big chilling. No big deal. No big deal. I mean, this has just been adding up constantly here. And the thing is, this is the problem, though. When you're saying about just chill, we see Ghost get 15 kill chicken dinners waiting till the end. The thing is that I have just a strong feeling it's not going to be that kind of game. There's not going to be 15 kills even available when it comes to the end. Just due to the fact that it is the last game.
Yeah,
players know that they're
fighting.
making it in.
Yep.
Yeah, there's just going to be no points available. So you'd have to that's why I say that. Is you have to full send because you got no option at this point.
All right. So I think what Dope should do then, they know where Bop drops. I mean, we've seen Bop drop in Primorsk so many times with that plane path, right? They should wrap all the way down towards that direction, try and catch Bop out, take them out first, and then, go for those kills. Because keep in mind, they need an amazing performance, right, Hot Jukes? But it's an amazing performance on top of Bop not having a good performance. If Bop has a decent, okay performance, an amazing performance won't be enough to cut it. So realistically, they should be hunting down Bop right now. I hope in their comms, they're not talking about the circle. They're not talking about, we'll take it slow, we'll loot up. I hope they're talking about where will Boring Protocol be on this first circle shift, because we need to take them out first. That should be the comms that is going through their mics right now.
You couldn't have hit it any more on the head. This is what it is. It's you can't just play the game normally and just think you're going to be okay at this point. It's just not that kind of game. I mean, it's something totally different. And these players, they've been just accumulating these points like crazy over this entire tournament. And this is the position that you put yourself in. I mean, this is the position you put yourself in, and you got to realize that you're in this position because of what you've been doing. So to get out of it, you got to do something different.
I got to agree. But at the end of the day, right, Hot Jukes, at the end of the day, it's a learning experience. Not everyone can be winners. And you see right here, 19 Esports, not winners there. Maybe they'll go back to the drawing board. At least it happened during this game, right? Where pretty much the points don't really matter anymore. Both Syndicate and 19 Esports are going to make it into the PMPL NA finals. So it's once we get to the NA finals, the points will reset at that tournament stage in a sense. So for them to kind of have a little slip up there, that's a learning point. So to make sure it doesn't happen to them again when Syndicate drops for that, garage to contest them for that car.
Oh man, this is going to be a close one. So far, current standings, after it's gonna be so close. It's gonna be so close at this one. I'm not sure how it's gonna end up happening. I mean, you got to get a good couple squad wipes, chicken dinner here. You can make it happen. But man, dude, the way we already started to see teams rotate, it's gonna be interesting.
Mm-hmm. My question is, how many teams will be left alive by J7? Maybe celebrating a little bit too early there, like saying, "Yay, we made it into the finals." But I mean, I don't know what happened there. Maybe Butterfingers, something happened there. I was just about to say, by Circle 2, how many teams do you think will be left alive? And well, I mean, J7's like, well, I'll answer for you. Not us, not me.
Not us.
I'm not gonna be
Yeah, not us.
It's looking like they'll get the revives though, so a little bit of slip up. They're fine though. I'm looking at the mini map. Nobody's anywhere close around them. They'll get that full reset. And XSET, of course, a team that loves to show up with the kill count. So maybe they'll get it here on this last game.
Well, one thing that I think could definitely happen is still that battle between Polo and Coops for most kills. That's something that they could go for. Definitely. So I wouldn't be surprised to really just see like those two teams get. I mean, I even saw Coops in the player chat. He said, "I'm hungry," right?
Mm-hmm.
Feed me. I just want to eat. I just want to eat. So is he gonna actually get some dinners or just some good kills? I don't know, because I mean, he's gonna be going for him, but like, what's their strategy here in this last game? That's the question.
I just hope whatever strategy these teams are doing, it's the last game of the day. Let's close it out in traditional fashion, right? Hard, aggression, fast. Take your fights early on. Try to go for those 4v4s. Try and get those clips in, because we're gonna have a little bit of a break before we get into the finals after today's matches. And you want to end it off, really strong with a bang, right? You don't want to just try and play in a corner on the edge of zone, especially if you're a team that's already qualified. Like, what's the point? Why are you playing so safe? Just celebrate a little bit. Have some fun. Take some shots at some players. Take some fights.
Go nuts indeed. So, boring protocol, right? Oh, we saw there before this last match. I believe we saw UYU had 163 points, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They had 163. Boring protocol, 156. Went dope with 140, right?
Yeah.
So you need 16 points just to tie boring protocol, and they have to pull up the goose egg here.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if you are dope, you have to just go off. And I mean off. And the fact that I'm still seeing them just play this quiet, it's just got me nervous here.
Yeah, they need to play more like Mezexis has today. Like, talk about a team that, just really showed up on the last day. Completely turned it around 360. This Mezexis reminds me of the Katy Perry song. You're hot, and then you're cold. Except they were hot, went cold, and now they're hot again. Hopefully they don't go cold once we go into the finals. They need to turn off that song once we head into the finals, because they're looking really hot right now, taking down some of the Lazarus players, and we got fights coming out. This is the last day. This is what I expect. Illuminati taking a fight with the Knights right now. Looks like Land is Nox. Illuminati looking kind of sandwiched in. AZ will come in huge, so AZ's got to make a play for this team.
Yeah, even worse case scenario, you could be yes or no. And Xenox, just saying no, sir, to AZ right there. Good shots. And Xenox, we just saw, on the desk, dude, Seven was like, yo, Xenox talked to me. He said that he's starting to feel comfortable. And once he starts feeling comfortable, he's going to start putting in work. So he's going to get with that kill. But Coops, I mean, he's the guy that's been putting in work this whole tournament. He's coming up. He's trying to eat. And he sees Mango.
I would love some mango right now. Not gonna lie.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
Mango does sound delicious. You know where you can find some nice mangoes?
Where?
At a Wizard Tower, because that's where they store them. Just like where this mango is.
First or second floor?
First floor on the outside.
He's out. On the field, dude.
There we go. You were talking about Xenox, right? Something I noticed in the top 5 fragger list. I think out of those 5 players, only the Knights have 2 players in them. Every other team, they have Polo representing XSET, Tensa representing Ghost, right? the Knights have 2 players up there, but out of those teams, the Knights are currently doing. They're not doing bad, but they're not doing as good as those other teams. So I think the Knights, they got their star players. They got Coops. They got Xenox. But they need to maybe, you know, tighten up their strategy a little bit. They're not getting the placement points. They're obviously getting the kills when they have 2 of their players in the top 5. So that's one thing I'm really curious to see once we get into the PMPL North America finals. Like, are we going to see the Knights that completely destroyed everyone in Americas? Or are we going to see the Knights that we kind of see right here? Like a really good team, but not the best of the best.
I don't know. I mean, the Knights, when they really hit it on all cylinders, they're just so scary. And I think you have seen just a little bit of that shakiness from them. During the finals, though, I think they're going to step up. I think they're going to put in that work, and they're going to just be a different squad coming into it because they know what's on the line. They know that PMGC slot due to points is out of reach. So they know that they need to hit that top 5. And I think that we're going to see them just come out the gate really, really strong, especially with the way this roster has been put together and putting in work.
You know what's really crazy? I was just casually talking to Coops the other day, and he's joking, but he's also kind of not joking. He was like, dude, Zute, how do I get unwashed? And you know what's crazy?
What?
He is kind of washed, but he's washed, and he's still the #1 fragger. Because if you think about how big he popped off in Americas, the current Coops is washed in comparison to that. But what's scary is he's washed and he's still the #1 fragger that we have in this game. Like, that's how crazy Coops was during the Americas finals. Like, I took a look at it the other day. He had 76 kills, I think. The second place right behind him in kills for the Americas that tournament was Carrillo. Carrillo, the GOAT, right? And he only had 46. So anyways, I mean, just to put things in perspective here, like this Knights, you know, we hype them up a lot, but there's a big reason behind it, and it's Coops.
Man, I'll tell you what, Coops, if that's washed, I mean, that's like just splashing some water on your face or something. I mean, still top fragger in the lobby. But, I mean, comparatively towards the stats, I mean, it's not, especially the fact that it was Alpha 7 in Carrillo, not in second place so far below. Dang, I mean, all it takes, though, is just I think it's just that momentum for the Knights. For them to just feel that confidence, a good couple of games, and I think we'll see Coops be able to still hit that. Or maybe it could be the fact that, hey, I've been on top. Maybe I'll just take a little bit of a break. Gotta get that fire back.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. He needs that fire back. He needs to taste what it's like to. Well, I mean, he's still top frag.
Right? I mean, that's the thing. He's like he's still owning. It doesn't help his ego, right?
You're right. I was gonna say he needs to taste a little bit of defeat. Not have that spotlight anymore.
Could you imagine being his coach?
He's still top frag.
Could you imagine being his coach and just being like, "Yeah, you got to do better." He's just like top fragger. I mean, what do you say to that? I mean, like, literally, how do you be like, yo, Coops, you need to get more kills, like, you've done better before. But he's like, yeah, I did better than every player in North America. Like, I mean, what more do you want? I mean, it's crazy to think about, but that's the kind of standards that not only do we hold these players to, but they hold themselves to, and
1,000%.
And we need to see Coops have that mentality, especially if he has PMGC plans. Because I'll tell you what, that's another monster. PMGC is a whole nother world. And speaking of another world, looks like this world's going to be on Potato Hill, baby.
That's a good shift for Dope.
That's Dope, but I mean, Dope has been just quietly holding this edge of it. They know that they have to know that there's going to be people rotating in this spot. So they just have to hold that edge, control that side, and I'm honestly pretty surprised. This last game, it's seeming pretty normal.
It's actually extreme. I feel like this is like game 2 of like week 2 or something. Everybody's actually playing quite conservatively. So let's talk about Bop. Bop does not have the circle. Bop is in direct line to rotate into Dope, if that is what Bop decides to do. But I think Bop knows they have a good lead, and they're just going to play it very passive. They're not going to look to take over any positions because they really don't technically need to. Like, they see the kill feed. They probably see Dope hasn't gotten any kills. So they know they have nothing to worry about. It's not like they need to all of a sudden try and catch up on points. Dope needs to, start popping off right now, and getting zone is a good way to start, but also it's a double-edged sword. If you get zone, you don't move anywhere, and if nobody drives into you, you don't get any kill points. On the other side of things, though, Ghost Gaming, they're looking to get some kill points, taking shots, and BTOWN as well.
XSET in trouble. That US is really beat up, but it looks like they will be able to full send it just in time. Away to safety. XSET by the skin of their teeth, making it on in. Ghost is coming from the edge of the circle now. All right, Ghost playing edge. That's something different. Something we don't see, all the time. Usually they just have to chill in the middle. Oh, look at that in the kill feed, though. Bop. Okay, Bop. Getting some kills on Syndicate.
Bop just playing very slow. Syndicate driving by. They're probably wondering, why is there still a team here? And it works. They get the kill. Tensa, the top frag for Ghost Gaming. Tickling the toes right there, and Tensa tickles J7 down. J7 laughing too hard, gets knocked over.
On his knees, man. That one was hilarious. And you can see Jay getting tapped up as well. That's not funny, especially from that angle. Plaz getting taken out by Dope.
Oh, there we go.
1 point. That's one.
1 for 1. I mean, Bop also got 1 point. Bop's not in the zone, though. Dope needs to hope Bop somehow just messes this rotation up and gets completely taken out. But, oh my god, Bop popping in the kill feed right now, taking a fight with the Panthers. They got another kill point. Panthers down by 1. Boring Protocol still have 4. One of them is knocked. Fate is knocked. The IGL is down. Blue Zone is closing in. Blue Zone won't hurt too bad just yet. So Boring Protocol can get this reset, and they still got a ways to make it.
Well, one thing's for sure. Dope's going to need more than 23 points if they even want a shot at UIU. So that's a worst-case scenario. If Bop pops off here, that's going to be their goal that they're going to have to hit. Bop is getting beat up pretty well. They've got 2 down. Kissix, able to win that 1v1. And he's going to try to confirm that point. Yeah, he gets it. So that's 3 points on the side of Bop. Brad looking straight in this direction. Bop is in the blue zone. It's not looking good for them.
No, yeah, I think this is the end for Bop, but at least they picked up a few kill points. They didn't just die and, lay over with a goose egg. That's the worst feeling when you have a good lead. Ending with a goose egg, right?
Go to Dope.
And zone? Oh. You know what? It might work out, because this forces Dope to fight their way in, and like you said, they need those kill points. They need to pop off. They can't just rely only on a chicken dinner. And this zone knows it too. Maybe the zone is a blessing in disguise, but Fame Boys, Boring Protocol, they're still not done yet. And actually, it's Fame Boys with the 3 kills for the team. So really trying to carry the team over the finish line, Fame Boys.
And it looks like, Dope here not able to steal away that kill. So they're still only rocking 1. But this is the team that we need to be looking at. Okay, Fame Boys finally goes down. So there's Boring Protocol out. You know that Dope has to be checking that kill feed. Casper driving around. I mean, it's crazy to see that they're still kind of making these kind of plays with the numbers that they have to hit. But they are going to start pressing onto the Panthers. They have to go through Pro Era, 19E, and they really, the circle is starting to close. They have to just basically, they're going to drive it in. Full send.
Looks like it. Yeah, circle is closing. They were trying to hunt down that last kill. I like it, right?
Are they going to hug circle?
They have a little bit less time to work with to break into the next circle, but they should pretty much know what they need to do. They need to take the fight. They need to bulldoze their way in. They still have 4, and it looks like they're going towards the Pro Era side.
Good.
Throwing some nades down. Yeah, if they take out Pro Era, they're in a really good position. They're not just, trying to survive, go to some off-angle edge position and just, barely holding on. This is what they need to do. I like to see it. If it works, great. If it doesn't, at least they're doing the right play. Oh, that grenade, though. Fishy. Just yanking him straight out of that car.
Here comes Kahlo up front. Got the M249. Has to be very, very careful. That's a beautiful, nade that almost had it, but that rock just putting a little bit too much pressure. And Pro Era doing a great job at gatekeeping. Dope just trying to do everything they can to just keep their tournament hopes alive. Nice little offensive smoke there from Kahlo, but it looks like he's going to use it to just get in this buggy and try to rotate around them. Another just risky play. They need to do this with the guns on their back, not with vehicles. And we can just see how it's working out for them, just getting punished.
Yeah, they're gonna make it in. They're gonna barely survive. Maybe they found a little bit of a safe haven. But yeah, they don't have control. They don't have control of any side of the circle. They're just trying to stay alive. And when you need a good game, when you need a huge game, trying to just stay alive might not be enough. They will survive this circle. Mezexis, I guess, don't have clear lines of sight. You can see right here, Callow's found a nice rock, got the tree for cover. They'll make it through this one. But the next one, with 3 players, with a really hard position to fight out of, you can see it right here. That circle did shift away. Now they're stuck between Mezexis and Pro Era. Callow won't get a kill point, though, onto Starlight. Starlight moving in from the blue. Oh, I don't think that's going to get confirmed.
The thing is, they need 24 points to pass up UIU. That's a chicken dinner with, what, 9 kills? Yeah, I mean, minimum, just to even tie him, so, or get close to him. So when you need 9 kills, there's only, what is that, 13 left alive? And you know that the other teams are going to start dropping others. You've already put yourself out of that position. Like, you need to be aggressive here. Maybe they're just hoping for the best, just hoping for the chicken dinner and just seeing what happens.
I agree. They tried to go aggressive on Pro Era. Didn't work out for them. Honestly, that
Did they,
push.
though?
Yeah, that push, I could tell. They were trying something, but you could tell they're not a team that's ever had to really play aggressive. That's not their style. You saw them just trying to drive around for a lucky run over knock. They had no one really to cover with the guns or push up with the grenades, and it was just like they were, trying to do a Hail Mary play. Maybe we'll get lucky. We'll run some people over. It didn't work. The guns, though, are working. They're putting in some damage onto the Mezexis team. Circle is starting to close, so Mezexis making the first move. Dope's going to follow in behind. Pro Era's already in zone. It looks like Dope is going to look towards the Pro Era side. Maybe they'll just edge in one more time. But like you said, the kill opportunities are dwindling. They need to get some of these kill points before everybody gets killed.
Starlight actually made it in with just 1 HP. That smoke ended up being perfect timing. Starlight's going to go for the first aid. This could be a great grenade. Oof. Barely makes it away. Look at Nesquik hopping in the Tesla just to be able to get a few more sight lines. But they did actually make it into this circle. Graves going to go for the 1v1 and catch him. Beautifully done. Here comes 2. Oh, Starlight with the leans. Looking good there for a second, but 24K is going to go down to the nades. BTOWN holding out Mezexis.
The leans look nice, but that's pretty much all it was. It only looked nice. Starlights didn't hit the shots, didn't drop them, but to be fair, Starlight was getting shot by a different angle at the same time. So nice try from Mezexis. I mean, this Mezexis team, I like how they went out. They went down fighting. That's a great way to end this portion of the tournament. They're looking hot. Let's see if they can keep that up. Meanwhile, we still have Nova left in the game. Nova right now with only 3. Oh, I jinxed that. That is Coops picking up another kill point. Top fragger, just adding more frags to the list.
Well, I'll tell you what. If Dope want to make it, they need to kill every player in the lobby now. Literally every single player. That will get them in, I believe. If they kill every player and win the game.
It's not gonna happen, Jukes. I'm sorry. I just
gotta put it out there, dude. I gotta put it out there. A boy can dream, dude. I like an underdog story. And right now, guess what? They laying down, dude. They are laying down. Look at this. That's what I'm talking about.
That's
ready to strike. Look at them go.
Ready to
One
strike.
kill?
Do they even have a working? They have one car. What if they got in that car and just drove in a circle and just gunned down everyone? That's one way to do it.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe they're just winding up. You know what I'm saying? Like they gotta just wind up a little bit.
Talk about winding up.
Charge.
Look how many kills Knights have.
13, baby. What did I say about Coops, right? Coops trying to get them kills. Oh, no. A knock onto BTOWN. That's one of the points that Dope needs. And there's going to go 2 of them right there. Oh, actually, did Dope's... No, it looks like Xedox.
No.
Able to
Dope
take
still
out
only
that
has
point.
1 kill. Only 1 kill right now. And if
And,
they took out this Pro Era team, like I said earlier, they'd be in this
They'd
position.
have the hill.
They'd have the kill points on Pro Era, and they'd be the one up here shooting people down. It looks like Pro Era's going to do them a favor and try and send one their way. Look at how Callow knows they need the kills. You saw how fast he went for the thirst. The
See,
Dope
got
team
turned.
knows how badly they need this. But Pro Era goes out. Xenox picking up that kill. Knights at 15 now. Dope is still in the game.
In the car.
But they need the kill points, Hot Jukes, and it's going away.
He's going to full send it right in the middle, lay down, and just hold on. Coops is going to give that information. Oh, here comes a nade, though. from Xenox, from downtown, eliminating the possibility, the hope and dreams of Dope. Is it gonna hit? Oh, just misses. Dope. Still trying to make some magic happen. But
You know, Dope could win this game. Like,
was
no
it
lie.
enough? Was it
But
enough to
I
pass
don't
up
think so.
Bop?
I don't think so. That's the problem.
I don't know.
Wait a second. They get $1,000 at least, Hot Jukes.
Oh,
I mean, we'll see.
that's what I'm
We'll
talking
see.
about. Like, come on, Dope! Take that
We'll see.
1,000 to the
We'll see.
bank.
They're
You just
trying to
gotta.
snake their way in right now. Callow's out. Callow's down for the count. There's
Oh,
no reviving
no.
that. So we're down
Grave.
to 2v1. Graves got a grenade though, and there's not much. There's no guessing. There's no need to guess where they are, but Graves, he's behind the buggy. Throw it over the buggy, and you'll get a knock, Grave. Come on, you got this.
He don't want to. He's like, yo, these guys probably not even going to be here in the finals, dude. I want them to get $1,000. And here's their deposit, and it's that nade right there. Little short. Coops gonna get finished out and right now. So there he goes down to Grave. So 2v1. Dope. Hey, got the man advantage, but they're in a horrible spot. Who's he spot the toes from Xenox? Doesn't look like
Xenox right
it yet.
now. Just happy Coops died.
he sees
so
him?
he gets some kills. Oh,
Got
there's
him!
one. 2v1
That's quick.
situation.
$1,000.
Xenox could clutch this though. Xenox is a beast.
He's Xenox. Yeah, he is Xenox at the end of the day. But guess what? Dope. The LLC 2v1. Still snaking. Is he gonna see him? They have to know where he is.
They don't. They're not looking this way at all.
Oh my goodness. He's gonna see them both. Oh my gosh. Xenox not like this. The car?
Oh. And that is the Knights, baby. The
Pittsburgh Knights.
Pittsburgh Knights.
Look at those
33
kills.
points. Xenox and Coops. You know what? You know what happened? We didn't see it on screen, but I have a feeling maybe Xenox naded Coops. He was like, yo, Coops, how much kills you got right now? Coops was like, I'm at 8. Xenox like, bet.
See ya.
I mean, both of these players, Coops and Xenox, right? We were talking about them earlier. So two
Sheesh.
players from the Knights that are in the top 5. And what better way to end the game, to end this stage of the tournament with both of them getting
Oh my
8
gosh.
kills and 2,608 damage for the team. 18 kills. The Knights, baby. The Knights.
Woo-wee! 16 kills in total between Coops and Xenox. Are you serious, dude? I mean, what a game. What a way. Hey, Zute, what was that about you saying, the Knights not being in form or something like that? Or like, the question mark? What was that? I forgot. What was that? What was that?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Man, that was, why you gotta bring up that? That was weeks ago, right? Just like, jeez, dude. I mean, what a way to finish is PK. I mean, so strong. It got down to the wire there to the end. I think that we have to look at the scoreboard. I mean, we have to wait and see, of course, what the desk is going to say, how that's going to all turn out. Dope putting it, the effort out towards the end, but at the same time, just still so passive when they needed those kill points.
You know what? If they took that fight with Pro Era and they did it the correct way, I think they get that chicken dinner and a bunch of kills. So that was the key decisive moment in the game. And even if Dope doesn't make it, I want to say this at least. At least we saw them attempt it. So they have a faint idea of, what it is to be a top-level team. They had a faint idea of knowing, this is the direction we need to go. This is the team we need to take out. But obviously, the execution, the mechanics, the team synergy, it wasn't there for that play. And I mean, well, I usually say there's always next time, but this is it. If Dope's not in, they're not in.
That's the tough part about this. Someone's got to go home and someone's got to make it in. And Dope, we saw them this whole tournament just kind of be a little bit shaky, making a lot of the same mistakes. But at the same time, you got to give it up for them for even making it this far in the first place.
True.
I mean, that's the big thing is they got an experience that very few people in all of North America actually get to get. So, I mean, what a day, what a tournament in whole. Let's, of course, take it to the desk so they can wrap things up and we can find out who's going to the finals. Let's go.
Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome. That's it. Super Weekends have come to a close with our fifth and final map of today. We did 5 yesterday, before that, and we did the whole thing twice, and now it's all done. We know who's going to finals. At least we gotta show you guys. So earlier today, we were looking at UYU. This was the team that they were number 16, but this was the squad. They're not here, so we were using this team to kind of mark the twain. They were the shot that everybody was looking for. And some of our hopeful teams we were looking at, we've got Boring Protocol. They come through and they pop right on over UYU, and Seven has been very excited about Dope. And so drum roll please, Dope did fantastic in that last match. Did they get enough to usurp UYU? Survey says not quite. Ooh, so close here, Seven.
Oh, so close yet so far away. You know what? Do me a favor, throw up that overall because I want to see where all the teams ended up on. Oh, wow.
Whoa!
Oh, we actually got a shakeup at the top.
Yo! 19!
Okay. I know FDOT's going to be stoked about this one because he has been hyped about 19 Esports and this comeback that they've had in this final Super Weekend. just barely squeaking by Ghost in the end by 4 points. Nova holding on to that first place position, heading into finals. And then moving on down the list, so many of these teams ended up in the 400s by the end of everything. Knights, XSET, the Panthers, all having much stronger showings here, especially with that final gameplay coming out of Xenox onto Dope, dashing the hopes and dreams of this second page here, Seven. This is what we got to talk about.
Oh man, listen, there's a lot of people that are gonna be happy. Congratulations, UYU, you are making it to the finals. I bet it was stressful, but you guys just gave your manager, Courtney, a very happy birthday gift by being able to qualify to the finals. And then you have Boring Protocol, 104 points, Glitter.
Dang.
They were separated by just four points. If it wasn't Xenox, if they would have been able to clutch up that 2v1 at the end versus Xenox, they would have literally gotten those 4 points, and then we would have gone to placement points. I believe that's what the tiebreaker is between Boring Protocol and Dope Esports, and Dope Esports would have been able to qualify.
Oh, dang. Don't say that.
Gosh.
Don't put that out there, Seven.
Listen, this is why I say every point matters. This is what we talk about. Kill points, whatever it might be. We got to give some props, though, for Dope Esports LLC. They did try their best in the last game. It was a little bit too late, but nonetheless, GG's. You guys gave us an amazing day here. Final day as we go into the finals. And, oh, man. I love PUBG Mobile Esports. This is awesome.
I mean, again, listen, I'm not always Mr. Sunshine and Rainbows, but like, this is a squad that didn't even make it to Super Weekend #1. And so I would be holding my head up high if I'm on Dope. Like, yeah, we just missed it by 4 kill points, but y'all come around next time. And yeah, these are the moves that you make. And so I'm proud of Dope, like dead serious, no jokes. Congratulations to Dope. We won't see you in finals, but I think you guys did a great job. Coops continuing to do what he does here. Top damage for Mr. Coops, Xenox, and the Goldman himself getting the longest kill. Nobody looks at longest kill, but I think that's impressive. So shout outs to everybody down there. Our daily MVP, though. I always make my analyst guess. So you know what?
God.
Seven, you're up first. Who is our MVP?
Coops? Question mark?
Today?
Glitter? Who you got?
I mean, I don't even know if this is going to be, probably is Coops because it's always Coops, but I'm just going to give it to Xenox after that play because that was a way to close out the Super Weekend.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Here is your daily MVP.
Oh!
Glitter
Thomas is back. She's back. Get ready for the finals, ladies and gentlemen. She's about to call every single team that's going to win this coming Super Weekend for the finals. GG's. GG's.
Congratulations, Glitter. You got it. At the end of the day, yeah, Xenox, not only does he give us the hard stats of a ton of damage and 15 kills. Remember, 1 kill, 1 point. So those 15 points, absolutely important here for Xenox, but he also gives us the intangibles. Play for the highlight reel, folks. And Xenox did that 2v1ing and manually keeping Dope Esports out of the finals. You gotta love Xenox. Fantastic. Congratulations to the nice player there. And of course, with our Super Weekends over, I want to take a look at our money meter. Throughout our Super Weekends, we've been giving each winner, the chicken dinners, $1,000 per chicken dinner. Last week, the week before that, and this week, all said and done, Nova takes $6,000 here, Seven.
That's actually amazing to see. I mean, Glitter, we didn't get the 10,000 we were hoping for, right, out of one of these teams, but that's definitely up there. You can't be mad at $6,000. And honestly, the way Nova Esports has been performing so well, the improvement that we have seen out of this team has been amazing. I can't wait for finals. You have Ghost there with 5,000. The Panthers, too, with 5,000. XSET. I mean, we've seen XSET sitting at 5,000 for a while. Hopefully, in the coming finals, they'll be able to get back on that chicken dinner train. 19 Esports as well. Glitter, I was thinking when we saw Xenox there's going to be a lot of players, especially for Boring Protocol, that owe Xenox at least a steak dinner. They owe him something. Make a shrine out of him. That boy just sent you to the finals.
You're not wrong.
Not wrong at all. Seven, Glitter, thank you. You guys have absolutely killed it during Super Weekends League play as well. Hope you continue to do the stuff on finals as well. Everybody out there in chat, thank you as well. And in fact, I have a gift for you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out through our league play and our Super Weekends. And so, get ready. We've got codes. This is the official OnePlus parachute. The first 1,000 of y'all to put this code in will go ahead and grab that parachute. And I've got one more as well. We've got a t-shirt, in-game t-shirt here for you. Go ahead and plug this code in there. BVJ, I'm not going to read it out, but just type in the numbers and the first 1,000 of y'all get the t-shirt as well. So thank you again so much for hanging out with us, spending your time and watching the show. Thank you to our friends OnePlus as well. The OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are your go-to options for climbing the leaderboards. 120 hertz display rate, hyper touch technology made with gamers in mind. Again, the 9 and the 9 Pro are your best bets to find yourself up on top and taking home that chicken dinner. I think that's all the people I got to thank. So finally, that comes to a close. Again, our finals happen Friday, October 29th. That's this Friday. So if you've been with us this time, you definitely want to see the conclusion. Keep in mind, Americas and PMGC beyond that as well. One more thank you to my analysts, a thank you to my casters, a special thank you to the people behind the scenes as well. And you know I'm going to thank you guys for sure. We'll see you on Friday. Peace and much love to you.